Wow, we are live. I think. Allegedly, we are live. Just gotta check everything here. All right, looks like we're recording. Sweet. We're live a little early, about 15 minutes early too. Feels pretty good. All right, plug a quick message over on Discord here, and then we'll get started. See if anybody hops into the chat. Announcements. Oh. And we're live on Twitch. That is. Beautiful. All right. I see myself. I hear myself. Excellent. Excellent. All right. Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to awful JavaScript game development. I am your host, Jared, aka Geranosaur. We've got a couple of offline follows. Looks like Exploiter Twitch, thanks for the follow, and Luna Band, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Naris, already hanging out in the chat. Naris, what's going on? Good to see you. Luna Band. That sounds like a familiar name. I don't know. I always think everything's familiar. It's just how it works. All right. Well, we're back after a little bit of a harrowing last Tuesday. I think last Tuesday was the first stream we officially missed. So a little backstory on that. Tried to go live on last Tuesday. Because again, our stream schedule is Mondays and Tuesdays. Start at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time, or around that time. We got a little early start this morning. It's 9:47 right now, so that feels pretty good. But on February 2nd, Tuesday, Groundhog's Day, which I didn't even notice that was Groundhog's Day. Forgot about Groundhog's Day. I don't even know what the outcome of Groundhog's Day was. But tried to go live last Tuesday, and it just was like failing. Like I would start streaming, and Streamlabs OBS would just fail. Like it wouldn't connect, or it went live for like a little bit and then kind of like started dropping frames. But the weird thing is that according to Twitch, it was like according to Twitch's inspector service, I could see that we were streaming and it was showing like a bit rate and everything. So I don't know exactly what the problem was, but according to Twitch's website, Twitch's issue status whatever site, status.twitch.something, I think. Status.twitch.tv maybe. They said that they were having some issues, I guess, certain servers, apparently, because obviously it wasn't for everyone, but certain servers, I guess, were having issues with streams, and yeah, so I ended up just not streaming for a while, and it seemed to come on, it seemed that they fixed the issue after a couple hours, but at that point I decided, I don't know, I'm just going to keep working on what I was working on, which I ended up working on our random username stuff a little bit. I wanted to come up with my own random username generation library. So I started kind of working on that, working on a list of names. I was just coming up with all sorts of ridiculous usernames and everything. Hey, why did I do a commit with this? But anyway, I just kind of kept working on usernames stuff, generating a bunch of different random components to create random usernames, so that way we can have some actual usernames now attached to our leaderboard. In fact, let me pull up a couple. Oh, we don't have that running yet. Oh, yes. In other news, somebody. So we went live with the leaderboard, the basic leaderboard on populus.gg on the live site. We went live with that after Monday's stream. And we're just showing basically an individual user's top pops and top game, right, where they got the most pops. And somebody has 175 pops. So I didn't know if that was legit or not. And I posted on Discord about that. I was wondering if maybe Weemy's bot nailed it or something, but Neris, something Google Docs style. For the usernames you're talking about. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat for a little bit there. And Retro MMO is in the chat now. Awesome. What's going on, Evan? Good to see you. 175 is me. I cured my color blindness. Nice. You got those glasses, maybe? Those colorblind glasses? I claim. What's going on? Kodako. Man, you guys are all showing up all at once. I want to battle people on Populus. Yeah, do it. The leaderboard's working. So there's a lot of empty slots here. I mean, it'll show the top 10 games, so people can start playing. Yeah, so I don't know what to make about the 175 because that is a significant. That is fast. I mean, like, I can. Like, 117 has been, like, my max. So, wait, Ethan did 175. I don't think so. Well, no, maybe he did. Yeah, I think the colorblind thing was just the issue. No, I don't know who did the 175. I looked at the logs on the server, but it was before the checkpoint rework or after. Yeah, this was since last week. This was since last week, Monday. Yeah, there you guys go. So I only put this 36 and 1 was me. The 36 pops and 1 mistake was me. So here's Kodako and somebody playing right now. So right now, this leaderboard will just store the top 10. Anytime I reboot the server, the leaderboard will reset. So I don't know. That 175 is pretty sweet. Okay, so I looked on the server logs because I was like, all right, I just want to see, is this a bot? Is this a human? Like, can I see like somebody's like bot attempts? And basically what I saw was one person joined the game, and then immediately they fired up probably another browser, another window, whatever. And then because they played with one of the users and the other user had 0, right? So that would be like one way to, play against yourself. Just hit play and then hit play and then you play with just one window, right? And they set like the first game was like 169 and 1. 169 pops, 1 mistake. Second game was 175 and 0, and that was it. And they were done. So it's crazy. I don't know what. Like I would be so I'm like hoping it's real. I mean obviously I don't want people who I don't really know about creating bots and playing the game. But if you were creating a legit bot, I mean besides what Weemy's doing, Weemy's bot that he's been creating actually like does user input. But I would expect if you wrote a bot that actually just kind of sent WebSocket data, like it would be way faster than this. I mean, potentially you could do an insane amount of bubble pops, you know, in the thousands. So that's what makes me think, I mean, this is totally legit. So, but it's a crazy score. I mean, 175, I can't really imagine. They beat the game. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Oh, somebody's moving up. Oh, was that 66 there before? Oh, somebody just improved their score. Is that you, Kodako? Got up to the 66. Yeah, so the way the leaderboard's working is basically anytime you connect, you create a new player. So if you refresh the page or whatever, that creates a new player. But within one session, as one player, one single WebSocket connection, basically you'll overwrite your own score, kind of. You know, so if you set 50 bubbles, you'll show up on here. But then if you come in and set 53, your 50 will be gone, and you'll be up to 53 or whatever. But obviously, if you just refresh the page, you could just start over and everything. So I claim 66 was me. Nice. Nice. Yeah, so pretty crazy. And as I was saying before, Twitch was having some issues last Tuesday. So they figured it out by about 12 p.m. So I couldn't even start streaming. I mean, maybe if I picked some different server manually, I guess it might have worked, but I wouldn't have been able to know. So last Tuesday was pretty much our first stream I've ever missed. First Monday, Tuesday stream that we've ever actually missed. So Retro is like OTV, but for sci-tech. Nice. I don't know what OTV is, so yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, so last Tuesday, I mean, we missed the OTV is Pokemon streaming group, or her former. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, so we missed the stream. Basically, I mean, after a couple hours, Twitch reported that it was fixed. But at that point, I was like, I just don't think I'm going to go live right now. And I was working on just kind of creating a ridiculous username list. So, I've got, I've got like a very ridiculous username generation library thing. Let's see if we can actually run it. Server. Oh, forgot. Windows /. Server usernames. Oh, no. I should actually go into the folder. CD server usernames. Node. Get random username. Flat Bubble. Cloudy Bungalow. Lance Corporal Singularity. Bureaucratic Helmet. Smoked Waiters. Worldly Flagstone. Those are pretty dope names, to be honest. Wouldn't you guys agree? Wish I could be on a Twitch team. Or I wish I could make a Twitch team, but you got to be a partner. Is like a Twitch team an actual thing? Like, I had a little voice crack there, but that was on purpose. Sounds like names from a fake IO game. What else we got? Recyclable Patriot. Trapezoidal Prison. Paper Persona. Ruinous Necktie. Heavy Pillow. I like that one. Emperor Barkeep. Worldly Wagon. Oh, that's pretty dope. I like that one. Using the same library as me, another one. I created this one. I spent an embarrassing amount of time creating a list of adjectives and nouns. If you guys want to see it, I've got adjectives.json. Blue, chunky, red, funky, janky, sketchy, smelly, schmelly, stanky, stinky, tiny, teeny, large, doctor. So that's my list of adjectives in a JSON file. Pythagorean. I thought that would be a funny one to have in the front. So it'd be like Pythagorean Pythagorean wagon could be a potential one, right? And then nouns, there's a bunch of them, which some of them include names, and some of them are like fruit and colors. So Johnson, Jackson, Wilson, Smith, tree, apple, orange, bookcase, lampshade, you know, just like crown molding, wainscoting, just like the most terrible names you could come up with. Seasoning, headroom, legroom, cable, skyline, milk. Was milk on there? Fall, legroom. Yeah, and to be honest, actually that's good though. Oh, thanks, Kodako. Can you add based as an adjective? That would be a great channel points reward. Adding your own names. Yeah, I could. That's pretty good. Based. I don't know. I've heard the word based, but I don't know what it means. Like in slang or whatever you call it, you know, like. Oh yeah, we got a Nightbot timer set up for the Discord. I got to figure this out. I'm figuring out Nightbot. But pro streamer, yeah, I think so. But yeah, so I don't know. I was just having fun with just creating like a little random username thing. Tiny chairlift. That's a sick username. Maybe you guys probably can't see it that well, but I just have a little script that just generates one, right? So I can a little node script I can just run. Professor Motorbike. That's not bad. Buttery Street. I'd take it. Lieutenant GPU. That's pretty cool. I used a couple computer components in the components. Did I say computer components? We'll pretend that never happened. Shabby Brownie. That's pretty good. Transparent Depths. Ooh, that's kind of metaphysical. Stanky Crop Circle. I would take it. Loose Bard. Sounds nice. Garless Sedan. That's a little pedantic. Tree-like Poodle. Old Cargo Shorts. That's the one right there. Mini Squoodle. Okay, I made up a couple nouns too. Squoodle, I don't think that's a real thing. But just a heads up. If you do decide to make up your own words, just Google it quick. Because chances are it's going to show up in Urban Dictionary and it's going to be something you're going to be like, I wish I didn't Google that. All right, so, whoops. Anyway. This actually looks awesome. Thanks, Naris. You talking about my username stuff? Oaken Mechanic. I thought Oaken was a good adjective. Mechanic, yeah, it's kind of cool. Smoked Igloo. Sweltering Jewel. Bureaucratic Seashell. Corporal Legroom. Ajar Goldfish. Yeah, that's kind of weird. But, yeah, so basically I spent a ton of time creating those lists. And I even created some scripts. Because after a while, after you start, coming up with these names and typing them in. Okay, so we've got 217 adjectives and 417 nouns. So we have a total combination of 90,489 unique names from that, right? Because it's going to take one adjective, one noun, stick them together. And it's not explicitly adjectives like corporal. Corporal is not an adjective, but I thought that fits nicely. It's kind of funny when you put, corporal lampshade or something. Like, that's kind of funny. So I'll take it. Or corporal tree, lieutenant tree. That'd be nice. So some of the names should come out kind of cute. Some of them might sound, like I'm trying to be smart or something. Most of them should come out just sounding ridiculous and kind of funny, hopefully, because it should be a nice combination of just weird, like fruit basket is one of the nouns. I mean, come on. But some of them, like I have beaver and gopher, and that's just gonna those names are just gonna come out sounding a little, I don't know. It's gonna sound like the next version of Ubuntu or something, Brachus Beaver or something stupid like that, right? Like, they're trying to be clever by coming up with some cute name, but it ends up sounding kind of whatever. You guys know what I mean. But then there's like stapler. Stapler is one of the nouns. Loose beaver. That would be kind of cool, and that should be a possibility. I think I have loose in there. But then there's stuff like stapler, you know, nouns like stapler in there. So like that's always going to be funny. Like no matter what you put in there and stapler comes out on the bottom half of that, that's going to be pretty funny. So, but I tried to come up with ridiculous, you know, names like stanchion. I mean, who the heck would use stanchion in there as a, you know, in their username? Nobody. That's what makes it great. Bakery, that's a good one. That's a good one that nobody would really use. Library card, that's a pretty good one. So you could have just something with a library card coming out in the end. Municipality, I love that. All right, I'm going to stop gloating over my username stuff. Actually, one more thing. So I started this because I started creating so many names. I mean, I'm up to 217 adjectives and 417 nouns. Because I started to have so many, I started to do come up with duplicates in my head. Like, did I add that already? You know, after a while, I'm like, did I add that? Did I not? So I actually created a script just that adds the name, so I can type this I have this add-word.js file. So if I call add word, like if we come up with a new word, like, well, okay, so I can say node add word, and then I can specify what type. So I can type adj for adjective or noun for noun. So if we do adj stinky, that should, I got to do it uppercase. So we do stinky. That should already be an adjective. So then when I try to add it, it gives me this little thing. The word stinky already exists in adjectives.json. So that's just, I did that just to kind of check my duplication. But if we come up with another, you know, I didn't do yellow, I'm pretty sure. So we could try add word yellow, and that should work. And then it says added yellow to adjectives.json. So I took this a little to the next level, but just add them in alphabetical order. Well, the thing is, like, so the way I'm doing this is like, I just think of a cool name, right? And I'm like, oh, I want to add that in there or something. Like, I don't know, like tractor is kind of a funny noun, so I'm going to add that in, right? But I don't know where that would fall in the alphabetical side of things. So I just did, you know, I just added the word. And I mean, I could sort them alphabetically, and I could do that because I'm technically writing the files from scratch every time because it's a JSON file. I open it with Node, you know, parse it, then loop through it, check all the names, the array. You know, it's a JSON array. So, yeah. I mean, I could put them in alphabetical order. The thing I don't know how I want to implement exactly yet is how to actually generate the random name. I mean, I don't know. We might just say, let's just pick a random name every time. And that might just be the first thing. And if we get collisions, who cares? I mean, chances that we get a collision are slim, so. But that might be a start. And then that way on like the leaderboard, we can just show the username too, right? And then you can have your own, you know, again, it's not really a official, you know, you're logging in. There's no, you know, user accounts and login stuff. It's just a username to attach to your session. I don't even want to use the word session because session kind of means something. But to your player object, we'll say. So when a player connects, generate a random username, and I guess we'll just probably whatever logic I'm using in this random thing, we use that. We spit your name out. And yeah, we just kind of roll with that. I can probably just load the JSON files up into memory and just kind of have them. And then they're always there. And then we just generate a random one. I think kind of makes the most sense. Neris, why don't you want to use a database in this project? I mean, at some point I might. But my thinking was like, I just want to have something like a game that I can fire up, people can play and have some fun. And like that was kind of the point of the game. Like it wasn't really meant to be a big, it was meant to be just a very volatile game, right? Like there shouldn't really be, it's such a simple game. There's not really any reason to have a bunch of data and store, data that needs to persist for a long period of time, right? And I thought, that was kind of my justification for even working on this, because I was like, if I was creating an MMO, a retro MMO, like obviously that would be some sort of complicated system, back-end wise. And our data, obviously data that needs to save and persist, and people need to keep their user accounts for years, right? So I didn't really want to have this game. Populus was really just supposed to be like me trying a game and trying to make it work and trying to make something simple enough, but have a small enough scope that like I don't burn myself out or get, disinterested in it. So the thing was, I just wanted to keep it kind of small always. And obviously, I wanted it to be multiplayer, which obviously that's complicated in and of itself, but yeah, that was kind of my idea with not using a database. I guess if you have users, you gotta maintain it. Yeah, exactly. And right, it's like, yeah, it's a living thing I have to all of a sudden care about, or somebody I have to support, right? Like I can't log in, So if I was at at some point in the future, I might be working on a game like that, maybe, where, but I've like tried to keep myself distanced from Populus enough from getting my identity tied up into it too much, maybe is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, that's maybe not I'm trying to keep somewhat of a distance from it, that it's not really, obviously it's not like a dream game, right? It's just a simple, stupid game. But I want it to be like good enough that I can have it publicly available. It's kind of the idea. But it's also like not a game that I would be like, oh, I'm entering this into some game dev contest or something, or like, I don't know. Yeah, scratch that last part. That, that was not well thought out. Well, it would take like 30 minutes to put those high scores into Mongo or something, and it would be persistent across server restarts, and it would be easy to check for name collision. Yeah, right. It wouldn't be very much. Yes. Yeah, I have used, I have a good amount of experience with Mongo actually too, but even in a Mongo session that expires, I think Tyrannosaur does not want a DB. Yeah, for the most part, I really just don't want a database. And I don't want, was it like Codico, like you said. Yeah, the maintenance of it. I don't really care about the scores not persisting, right? Like that's kind of the point. Like it's supposed to be more of like a daily leaderboard. At this point, it's not, but that's kind of the idea. And at some point, once we kind of build this out a little more, I might put, some sort of timer that runs and just clears out the leaderboard every day, 24-hour timer or something. It's a possibility. For right now, I didn't do it. I mean, it's been running since I went live on Monday. And I'm pretty sure only one other person played. I set one record in there, the 36-1. That was me. And obviously that's, I can do more than that, but I just put the one record in there, and that was it. All right, so, the other thing I was starting to work on, and now at this point I need to figure out my Git branches and stuff here, because I created this branch, remove previous bubble return, because I wanted to do this new game mode thing. But I started doing the whole username stuff mixed in to this. Remove prev bubble return. How do I check if there are any commits in a given branch, in a singular branch? If these are green, does that mean, they're untracked? Okay. Usernames. Git status. Perfect. Okay, perfect. Server usernames. All right, so all these changes, I haven't done any commits with any of these changes. There's that Discord timer kicking in. I like it. Or that Nightbot timer that's plugging the Discord. I like it. Just set that up this morning, by the way. Oh, and we do have a new emote. I don't think it's live yet. I submitted it last night because, again, I promised last week that we'd have a new emote or something. I would do something to help make the stream more worth it. But it's not live yet. But it basically just says good job. Because I can't really think of any cool stuff to say. But this is it. It says good job. So, obviously it looks kind of chunk or kind of nasty. There's with a white background, black background. So that's pretty much it. It's supposed to be kind of, does it look kind of sarcastic to you guys? Those of you seeing this, does it kind of look, I hope it looks like a little sarcastic. Like it's not really like supposed to be a serious good job. It's supposed to be just kind of like, oh, good job. Kind of like the Tim and Eric, good job. Oh, great job. That's Tim and Eric, awesome show, great job, right? It's supposed to be something like that. Like, great job. Yeah. Like, not really supposed to be. Jared made an emote for his GF. That's kind of where that came from, pretty much. Yeah, my wife. Yeah, my girlfriend, wife. Somewhat same thing. She always says good job because she doesn't know what's going on. She just, to support me, just kind of comes in and types good job. So yes, that is kind of where it came from. But now, yeah. Kodako, good job. Thank you. Couldn't really come up with anything else. So that's that. All right. So, I got to think of some Git magic here right now because I'm on a new branch for a different feature. And I want to move my current changes off to a different branch. I think I know what I'll do. We're going to do this. We're going to do git stash. Boom, okay, so git status. Why? Oh, I have to track before I call this. Okay, hang on. How do I git stash apply, right? Apply. Is that it? Dash apply? Nope. No, not dash. Git stash apply. All right, so we undid the stash. So now I need to git add and then git stash. And then git status. Beautiful. All right, so now we've got this clean new branch. Remove pre bubble return, which I want to save, but I need to do a new branch. Blue Exabyte. What's going on, Blue? Good to see you. Can't you just check out a new branch with all your diffs? Or oh, you're right, Kodako. I didn't need to do the stash. All right, you're right. I knew that because that's literally what I did before to create. Actually, maybe not. Git stash. Okay, so we're gonna do git stash apply again. Everything's back. We're gonna go to blah, 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 blah. We're gonna do git stash. Not staged. Okay, git stash or git checkout dash B, and then we're gonna name this branch usernames because I want to come back to it. I don't want to do it at this exact point. I've got a couple other things. I'm kind of scatterbrained a little bit on this, but that's kind of the point. I just want to work on what I want to work on. Yes. All right, so git checkout usernames, and I started working on this new thing because I think we might be having a little bit of packet loss over WebSockets because I've had some funky things happen, and we're trying to track down that bug of where the client and the server get out of sync, and I think that's the problem. So I started working on this little thing where I can kind of detect, basically I send like an integer up with all the client-side data. The client sends like an incrementing integer for everything. And then the server also is checking that integer as it receives stuff. Just a little index that's incrementing. The first mouse movement you send is 0, then 1, 2, 3, 4, right? It just keeps going up. And the server's just checking those integers, make sure they match. I'm expecting mouse movement 56. I got a mouse movement? Is it 56? Yep, then that's good. But then if it misses one, it's gonna like have to send a message back to the client and say, hey, I need that one again. So the client's gonna have to like keep all of those mouse updates for the game, for a single game, and then be able to send one at some other point. That's my idea. I basically implemented a little thing to check that. But I didn't implement like the correcting part of it yet. So the problem is I don't know if that's going to fix our issue. So that's why I'm kind of like, I don't know if I want to work on this yet at this point. So, all right, so we're creating a new branch here. Git checkout dash B usernames and Control Z, typed in the wrong thing. Usernames and usernames dash WebSocket input correction, client input correction, client input indexing, client input indexing. We'll call it that. Usernames and client input indexing. Terrible name. Git checkout B. All right, so we're on that new branch. Sweet. Git status. All right, so we're gonna commit git add git checkout. Whoops, git checkout. Git commit. That's what I want to type. And then we're gonna do added basic username, random username generation, meta stuff. Added basic random username, meta code. Started basic client input message tracking, indexing tracking / tracking. All right, so that is a commit. That's beautiful. So now we can git checkout. What's that name of that other branch? Get branch. It's not a real command. All right, git checkout remove. Why isn't autocomplete? Prev bubble return. That's a stupid name. Why don't use long git branch names. Git status. All right, we're on a clean branch. I gotta take a tinkle. We're gonna be right back. I'm really doing a wee dance here right now. Be right back! Exclamation point, and I'll check up on those chats in a second here. All right, we'll be back 2 seconds. Woo! We are back. Nice, you guys got me covered. Man, all these custom. What is that? What is on that one Kodeco, on that toilet there? Is that like, oh, it's a cat. It's like a cat whiskers thing or something. Nice. I like it. Oh, rat. Oh, yeah. I was going to say those ears. Nice. Toilet rat. I like it. Let's see. Neris, I've spent 2.5 evenings trying to figure out my changes. Broke the project. Just found out it's because of the debug build. It's always broken like that. Just assert didn't fire in the release build. Yikes. I hate C++, and especially old legacy projects sometimes so much. I got you, Neris. I got you. I've been learning C. C++, a little bit. I mean, mostly C. And that's what I want to do my next game in. I want to do like a native single-player desktop game. But try to get a little fancy with it. I thought of a new... Oh, yeah, this is gone now. All right, let's close these. I thought of I was thinking of a new channel points thing. I don't have any custom channel points things yet. But I like Retro MMO. Evan just suggested the username thing. Or adding a user adding like an adjective or a noun as like a channel points redemption thing. I actually like that. I think I might do that. I was also thinking of maybe doing like have a channel points redemption thing that's like do a kickflip. Neris looks like a WebSockets wrapper became lowercase. Thank you. Yes. If I rename it, is it gonna scream? No. It might just be VS Code that like does something sometimes. Sometimes it does rename them, and then yeah, because the only one that should be lowercase is main. Timer's lowercase now too. Let's rename that. Thank you, Neris. Timer. All right. Is there any more? Are there any more? Is there any more? Are there any more? There it is. Application. It's always the same 3 files. I don't know what it is. Something with searching. Something with searching that can do it. Kodeco, you can do a kickflip? Yeah, kind of. I'm trying to get it back. I just set up a skateboard. I have it down here. That's what was making me think about it. So I was skating in the basement. I just set up a skateboard. A few days ago. A couple weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, maybe. And I was like, oh, maybe I should just do a kickflip. Then you can redeem it. And I'll just, how much of the floor can you see? Yeah, I'd have to like probably tilt my monitor down. I'd have to like move my monitor, which wouldn't be that. I can just whoop. Switch to like a full cam mode or something and do a kickflip. Maybe we'll add that. I gotta get them a little more on lock so I can do them so I can try to do them all first try without warming up. That's got to be my thing. Chaos Code. Build a game with JS is more complicated than build an app or site. Not exactly sure what you're saying, Chaos. I mean, a game, I mean, it is a website. It is, so, I mean, I guess it depends on exactly what you mean by app or site. Like an app that just... I mean, if you've got an app that's using... If you're just using an app or website, if by app you mean like web app kind of thing, like a phone app or something that's like very basic, like a website where you just... You see some data, you push some buttons and it sends some data, or you type some things and it's just kind of this simple back and forth. In that case, a game is very complicated. It doesn't necessarily mean JavaScript. The language is kind of irrelevant. Like, just video games in general are usually pretty complicated programs, usually significantly more complicated than websites. Websites a lot of times tend to be very much the same things over and over again. I mean, maybe you're doing something different on the back end of things, like you have some, you know, you do some crazy custom things on the back end side of things. But typically a game in and of itself is just very complicated because there's so many things happening all at once. There's a lot of different things that have state and interactions and all sorts of just crazy real-time things. I don't know if I really answered that question very well, but Codico, actually renaming files in VS Code is not captured in Git completely, I think. Well, yeah, I think there's something like a little different about this too. Oh yeah, and Git might not care. Does Git care if you like rename a file? Like, as long as you don't change the actual name, like does it not care about case? I've had weird bugs with it. You like have to Git untrack the previous file, then re-add it. I gotcha. Blue skateboarding stream. Well, at least maybe a little flip trick or something. That's what I'm thinking, but. Neris, but games are much more fun to work on. Yeah, I agree. Neris. I think Git doesn't rename it, which makes important break. I'm not sure. Or makes import break. Oh. Gotcha. Not sure, but I've had that experience. Gotcha. Yeah, and this thing that I have, this issue that I've had, it's like it always ends up being like the same files that get renamed. And I imagine it has something to do with them being open here when you like go to do a search or something. Something like that. But yeah, like Neris said, games are much more fun to work on. Yeah, I agree. Like a game, I mean, when you start out programming, like building anything is always exciting, you know, like building anything that's somewhat non-trivial is always really fun and cool, whether it's a game or not. But like building games, like these applications that work in real time and interact and have like feeling and, you know, whatever, like that's what a game is, right? Like you've got just like this instant feedback of things that you're doing and moving, like you're really like in the, not with Populus. Populus is kind of stupid and simple, but you know, when you play a game, like you have this like connection to what's going on, much more than you have with like an app or something where you're just like, I just want to push a button to do something or whatever. Benji Dev is now following. Benji Dev, cheers. Glass of water. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. I really do. Neris, can you check how those files are stored in Git? Maybe they're lowercase there. They shouldn't be. Originally, they would have all been uppercase, but Git ls tree, for example. Let's try it. Git ls tree. Name only. Oh, Git ls tree options path. Oh, I have to specify a path. Servers. Let's do like a single build. I don't know what exactly what I'm doing here. Oh, for a branch. Okay, get ls tree. Okay, I did name only. R is recursive. R. Well, I guess, yeah, let's just do master maybe. Nice. Yeah, look at that. Application, timer, website. Yeah, they're all lowercase. So at some point, I guess I did a commit. Yeah, it's those whatever that keep animation's fine there. Animation, application, main, timer, or main is supposed to be lowercase, but animation, application, timer, and WebSockets wrapper, it's those four. But it's definitely VS Code that screwed it up in the first place. So at some point they got committed like that, I guess. Yeah. All right. Because I wasn't paying attention or whatever. All right. Anyway, we're on a nice clean branch now. The first thing I want to do, I want to go in and remove, not be right back. What do I want to do here? Oh, we got to start a server. What? Oh, CD. All right, start. I'm usually never not in my project root directory. Start server.js. No, that's not what I'm supposed to do. PowerShell actually executed the JavaScript file. I like it. Not really, but it's kind of funny. Okay, I want to do start server. Yeah, oh, start HTTP. Yes, that's our HTTP server. And we need to do node start server.js. There we go. Okay. So we've actually got a little development environment running right now. There we go. Oh boy. Okay, so we're using the wrong WebSocket server. So let's go back and change that. We're using the live one. There we go. All right. There we go. All right, what are we working on in the Trello right now? Add users, rankings, and leaderboards. Remove previous bubble from coming back after making a mistake. Yeah, we're kind of working on this. We're kind of working on this. So I'm going to change. What I want to do, basically, is we've got the... Hey, thanks, Neris, for the tip there. Appreciate that Git tip. So what I want to do is I want to remove that a bubble comes back whenever you make a mistake. Because right now, if you pop a bubble and you make a mistake, the last bubble that you popped is always going to come back. But that's it, just the one. But I'm going to get rid of that. I'm getting rid of it because I feel like there's punishment enough for if you make a mistake. The punishment is that you've already missed and you have to course correct and pop the correct bubble, right? Like if I'm going here, then here, then here, right? Like I maybe like figure out this path really quick in my head. So I'm like, my brain is going to say, move my arm here, here, here really fast. And if I go here and then overshoot a little bit and make a mistake, I'm already maybe like here. And then I made, obviously that was a mistake because I was supposed to pop whatever. But I don't want that you have to go back. I just want it to be that you just go back to that previous bubble. Like bubbles are just not going to come back at all. Like that's just not going to be a thing anymore. So we need to remove that. Firstly, let's remove that from the client on the client side. And this is actually going to make things a lot easier, a lot simpler. So we're going to go into the match object. So that is kind of our big object. Nav bubble. Get rid of that. The match object is like the big object that keeps track of everything. So what I want to do is we're going to go to, do I have a function for handling mistakes? Do we? No, we don't. We have that on the server. But I guess we really didn't need it on the client. Pop bubble. Okay, at some point there is a you made a mistake thing. Init next bubble. Destruct, okay, destruct the previous bubble. Okay. All right, so where are we checking for if we make a mistake? Oh, I guess at this point, pop bubble, we already know we're good. We know we didn't make a mistake. Server, okay, that's not it. Up here, cursor, yes. Oh, cursor drag stopped. Yes, so that kind of is the handler for this old method, our old event this old event name, cursor drag stopped. I should technically rename that to something that's more relevant now, but this is basically the thing that brings the old bubble back. There's an if statement in here. So if config.match, okay, we're not in shear bubble. All right, if mistake already made, okay, this dot mistake. Yeah, I think all of this is pretty much going to go away. Am I right? I think this whole thing is going to go away. Like, we still want to increment the mistake counter. Where do we do? Oh, we do that up at the top. We increment the mistake counter and basically, okay. Cursor down. Okay, cursor down. We emit, cursor drag stopped. We emit this.player.cursor in play, cursor drag stopped. All right, this is if you popped the wrong bubble. This is if you popped no bubbles at all. Okay, if you missed bubbles altogether. You popped dead space, as I've been calling it. Okay, so at that point, we would not have incremented anything. And in this case, we're decrementing returning bubbles on mistake count. You know what? We could probably just make that 0. All right, so we decrement only if we need to. Update player bubbles popped. This scoreboard. No, we don't really need to do any of that because none of this stuff's going to change. So if I remove, technically I can remove this whole thing right here. And then this rest of this chunk is just for logging stuff in the console. Yeah, this is pretty much all we do. If you made a mistake, we increment the mistake counter. That's it. That's pretty much it. And it should already be getting out of not incrementing our target bubble ID. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay. As far as the client goes, that's pretty much it. So let's refresh. Let's practice. All right, so I'm going to miss this bubble. Yeah, that was looking pretty good. Opponent target bubble changed. Let's go to match time length. I'm just going to set this to a really short time so I can test this out much quicker. 1, 2, 3. Time's up. 3 mistakes. I like it. So now I really just need to play like some faster games just to kind of see how I like this feature. Yeah, let's play some faster games. We know that it's working. Let's actually just play for a little bit, see how everything feels. Whoops. I made stuff a little bigger here. Yeah, I like it, actually. Sometimes if you're going too fast, you still don't know where you needed to go back. And then you need to look over here. Ooh. Your mom's brownies. Is it true what they say? Do you really read out each and every message in chat? I do. I do your mom's brownies. Yeah, I think other streamers just read 1/10. Well, other streamers probably have 10 times the messages. Yeah, why do I read out the messages? So that way you know what I'm responding to, I think is my main thing. Because some people don't read it out. Speed is crazy. Thanks, Neris. Appreciate it. I've only played this game way too much for what it's worth. All right. I had to look there once. All right, so we haven't even made it. Oh, there we go. Okay. You know what? You know what? This is actually harder. This is actually harder because let me try again. 106 and 4. That was pretty good. 4 mistakes is a little too much, but sometimes you just that was okay. That was weird. Yeah, I'm gonna have to like play with this for a while to get used to it, I think. Oh boy. You know what? I'm almost tempted to like even make it easier, like, because now the problem is what happened was when you make a mistake before, the previous bubble that you're supposed to pop now would reappear, right? It would fade back in. And like that was my indicator to myself, like, oh, I got to go back and hit that bubble, right? Like I see that bubble reappear, so I know I have to go back and hit that bubble. But now this is making me think like I don't have that indicator now when I make a mistake. Like if I'm going really fast, I don't know. I'm just memeing about missing. Oh, Evan missing messages or something. I think that's just a meme. Nice. But I'm not sure. Whoops. Does Evan miss messages? I think he's missed 1 or 2 of my messages. Oh! All right, I got to just play a little bit here. Just feel things out. Well, Kodako, you think I'm fast? Like, can you imagine whoever got the 175? Like, I want them... Whoever got that 175 that's currently on Populus.gg, I mean, show yourself. Like, I want to see that. That is... You're closing in on 6 bubbles a second. What would 6 be? 180? Is 186? Yeah. I can do a little bit of math. I know my times tables. Multiplication. division. Yeah, 175 over, what was it, 5.83. Like, I haven't even gotten to 4 bubbles a second, right? That's 120. Tryaksky's done it. Tryaksky's hit 124, which is awesome. And that's great. I mean, but this is blowing Tryaksky's score away by 50. 50. Like, I'm still blown away by Tryaksky's speed. But I'm 51, I think. You send each mouse movement to the event to the server, right? Yes. Yes, I do, Neris. I've been thinking about potentially altering that, though, because I've been thinking about the inclusion for mobile. Because, like, mobile, obviously, there's no mouse moving, right? You can collect them all and make a replay functionality. Yes. Yes, Neris. I've actually thought about that a little bit. Yeah, that would be cool to... It'd be cool, like, you could like, click. Wouldn't it be sweet if you could just, like, click on, like, that, you know, like, watch the replay or something, and then you just see the game? Just like a Quake demo or something, you know, like the old school, or Doom and Quake demos, you know, they just recorded all the inputs, and then that's how you watch. Before streaming and internet video streaming was a thing, like, that was it. You downloaded the demo file. Well, you just do that. Yeah, like, I really wish... Well, okay, so what I was saying, I mean, yeah, again, if anyone's watching, because I don't know how you would find out about this game other than Twitch, watching me on Twitch. I do know, okay, so who was that now? Who shared? Somebody said they shared this with they shared Populus with a, with a streamer who streams Osu, right? So they're good. Obviously, they're good at Osu, right? And it's pretty clear that those skills kind of transferred to this game pretty well, pretty quickly. Who was it who did that now? I want to give him a shout out, but I don't remember. I can't recall exactly. And they said they shared it with somebody who, you know, I guess kind of a smaller streamer, like my size, I get equivalent to my size, that, you know, has, you know, a few people watching every stream, whatever. So is it one of them? Like, maybe? And maybe they just happen to tune in and see the leaderboard. Like I said earlier, I went in and looked at the server logs and saw that they connected. They did 169 pops and 1 mistake, and then the next game they did 175 and 0, and that was it. They were gone. So, and they connected, and it was pretty obvious their opponent had 0 pops. So it was pretty obvious, like, they connected and then opened a new tab and then connected again and then played themselves, right? So that was, you know, I think it had to have been somebody, like, I really hope it's somebody who actually was that fast and it wasn't just somebody screwing around with a bot. It doesn't appear to feel like that. And if somebody was really trying hard on the bot thing, like, I mean, I know what Weemi's doing. Weemi's actually doing, like, an actual, like, total user input one, reading the pixels, checking the colors and everything. But if you were doing, like, an actual WebSocket reading bot, like, you could set some pretty ridiculous speeds. You know, you could pop in theory, you should be able to pop around 1,800 bubbles. I think about 1,800 bubbles, because that's about how many, if you were playing legit. The server will disconnect you if it starts to see too many mouse inputs, basically. So there is a little bit of a rate limit that would therefore enforce a ceiling in how many bubbles you can pop. All right. Anyway, so what I was saying before, I've been going on too many tangents, but, you know, because Neris, you were asking if I send each mouse movement to the server. And yes, I do, but I'm thinking of kind of getting rid of that, because the reason why I did that was to kind of have a little bit of a CAPTCHA thing, maybe Turing test kind of thing. Like very basic to kind of detect some cheating, some bot kind of stuff, like if somebody's playing too perfectly. But at the end of the day, like that's still pretty easy to circumvent, especially if you just, you know, if you were really serious about writing a bot, you just watch the stream where I talk about it and implement it, and you can beat it. But the idea would be that, and that's another reason for the volatile leaderboards, you know, like I just want to have like legit stuff. Like I remember playing the original Mirror's Edge, which is an awesome game. One of my favorite games, the original Mirror's Edge. Is the camera going out of focus there? Come on. There we go. Yeah, the original Mirror's Edge. And I remember like years later, at this point probably 8 years after the game was released, I was playing on PC, and I did like the first level. And looked at the leaderboards, like the global leaderboards or whatever. And somebody beats the game, obviously, in like 0.01 second or something, right? Just some ridiculous number. And, you know, obviously nobody at EA cares about, or EA or DICE or whoever would be managing that, you know, the database of the leaderboards. Just that, you know, that nobody's checking it. Nobody cares that there's like some illegal or, you know, game-breaking things that were employed to do that. And maybe they're technically legit, you know, I don't know, but you know, obviously somebody figured out some way to either get around it or just, you know. So, and nobody cares, you know, but I don't really want that. That's why I kind of want like the daily leaderboard thing. Because if somebody really wanted to screw around and just forcefully get their way to first place all the time, they'd have to do it every day, you know, like that'd be somewhat tiring, I guess. Yeah. So anyway, what am I doing? I'm still just playing. I still just want to play some games here. I'm still kind of just testing out this thing about oh boy. Or just set up the bot on the server and launch it with cron or something. Yeah, well, right, that could be another thing too. And again, I mean, this all that kind of still harkens back to the complications of managing a game like this online in a browser. I mean, even not in a browser, you know. That's part of my reason for not wanting to invest so much into Populus. Like, I want to make it a good enough game that's fun. I mean, I think it's relatively fun, you know, and I'm saying that in a very, well, I know, like obviously I'm going to think my own game's fun, right? But typically I'm a perfectionist, and I usually hate all of my own stuff all the time. And there's obviously plenty of things that I hate about Populus. But at the end of the, and one of the things I hate is how much this is turning into Osu. Like, that's probably the thing that ticks me off the most and I'm least proud of. But at the end of the day, I'm proud of the fact that the game is reasonably fun. And like, I've had some fun just sitting down and actually playing the game myself. And that's, I would say that's probably actually kind of a, maybe, well, I don't know. I don't know what the percentage is of people who make their own games actually play their own games, you know? Because definitely that's a thing in music. Like, people who write their own music, which I do, you don't listen to your own music. Because all you hear is just the, you know, it's so hard to be objective about it anymore and actually, like, enjoy it for what it is. Like, you can't. All you hear are, like, the little things, the little individual parts or the little, you know, things that aren't good about it. And that's totally true. I mean, you get to a point where you're like, I know the music's good enough that I could release it or something, right? Like, I'm proud of the work I've done on it. I can, you know, I know it's good enough that I can release it. But you don't listen to it, right? Like, you don't consume your own creation for the most part. And I totally feel that same way about, whoops. Yeah, this is a little weird. I totally feel that same way about music, or I feel that same way about music for sure. But for games, I feel like it's almost a little different because it's like the experience is different. A game like Populus, like I'm popping all of these. Like, if I built a 2D side scroller, like, I probably wouldn't play it. But since this is a game that's, I mean, obviously I'd play it while developing it and testing it, but I mean, like, actually play it. But Populus, since it's like a random game every time, and it's more of just like a skill test thing. It's not like I'm, I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying exactly there, but all right. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just testing. We've gotten rid of the thing where bubbles come back after you make a mistake. Bubbles don't come back after you make a mistake anymore. So we're just testing. I'm testing out how that feels, like playing at high speeds. And the one thing that's tripping me up a little bit is that sometimes when you make the mistake, you have to, like, really go back and look at what bubble you're supposed to get again, and that's a little weird. Oh boy. Oh! That was weird. I wish I could see that on replay. Ha. Slow-mo. The previous bubble is still staying in the sidebar. Yes, I didn't take care of that yet, Neris. Before I did, like, the full removal of this feature, basically all I did was comment out one little block of code. And then, yeah, so that was my idea. Like, I'm just going to do the bare minimum to make this work. Like, I didn't even remove the server-side component of it yet, either. Ooh, boy. Oh. Oh, boy. All right, like, that time I felt pretty... Hmm. 110 and 6. That was pretty good. All right, let's... Yeah, I do like this. I do think I like it. The one thing... I don't know what I was saying. I have a habit of not finishing my sentences. In case you haven't noticed. All right, come on. Yeah, it's hard for me to tell, like, notice that much of a difference. I thought it was going to be like this much simpler thing to correct, but you're still pretty disoriented. I think, actually, one of my other things I was going to do is get rid of, like, this mistake marker, the little black circle thing. I think I want to do something where, you know how, like, there's the little expanding ring there? I think I really want to have that. Well, I kind of have two things I want, but I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, and we'll be right back. All right. We'll be right back. 2 seconds, at least. Woo! We are back. All right. Okay, so just want to play a couple more games. Yeah, that I kind of, I don't know. I feel like I can kind of keep track of what's going on a little better. Oh boy. But I'm starting to think about a lot of different user interface things that we can overhaul and make better. That was kind of what I wanted to work on today a little bit. But I think we'll probably... We're going to go through... Yeah, I like this. I like this because... Basically, what was happening before is when you make a mistake, you lose one pop. So now you don't lose a pop at all when you make a mistake, right? Because you had to go back and repop a previous bubble. You just don't have that anymore. And I kind of like that. Ooh. Oh boy. Ooh, those are small. Those are small. All right. Let's try one game really reckless right here, just so I can really experiment or experience the mistake thing. Yeah, I can. That was really weird. Hang on. I want to do this again. Yeah, I like it. I do like it. Because if I'm playing like more, I don't know, I could just better like figure out where I needed to go to recorrect. It's like I can tell if I just miss a bubble. Yes, I like this. Like if I'm going really fast, I'll still usually get like 2 mistakes. Because like I've already like thought I've put, you know. Yeah, see then that one I accidentally popped this one instead of that red one, which is, those ones are still weird and they kind of throw me off. But I mean, that's just because I thought the bubble I was supposed to pop was something else. But like recorrecting, like those... I did it a little bit there. Sometimes I really just get confused as to what bubble I was supposed to be popping. I was thinking about this other idea too, where maybe we have like a speedometer, like for the multiplayer, maybe having like some sort of speedometer thing that shows your speed and your opponent's speed maybe. But it would be cursor speed. And I feel like you can't really show cursor speed on mobile. Because yes, I'm actually starting to think about mobile a little bit. Oh boy, that was weird. Yeah, sometimes I still get them out of order. All right. 106-14. All right, let's just a couple more games here. I just still want to get a couple more in just to get used to this, to absolutely make sure this is what I want to do. Because then we'll proceed with actually removing the rest of the code. Yeah, like when I just miss a bubble, it's really nice to correct. To kind of all right, another one here. I'm not doing so well. Well, I want to make a lot of mistakes, though. That's kind of the idea. Oof. Oof. I'm doing really bad, to be honest. But correcting the mistakes feels pretty good. Come on. Truyovsky. What's going on, Truyovsky? How about that 175, huh? That's nuts. I know you put real. I know you put, or I know you messaged on Discord about it. So, yeah. But 175. It's nuts. And I'm trying to figure out who it is. I want them to, you know, come claim their reward. There's not really a reward, but claim the title. Like, I want to put a name to it. They can take that title of first place. Record, maybe. Or you mean like a video? Yeah, I mean, I want to see like some... I want to see the gameplay. But yeah, Truyovsky, I'm actually, what I'm working on at this exact moment right now is I've removed that bubbles return when you make a mistake. Now bubbles don't come back. So I pop a bubble, I make a mistake, but the status of the game does not change. So I'm liking it so far. I've been playing a few games, just like kind of trying to go fast and reckless and seeing like how quickly I can like correct. And I like it. I like it. Because there's some times where I actually... There's only one possible option. I think you play on graphic tablet. And played OSU for 5 years or something. Yeah, I'm hoping it's real and it's not like a bot. Because, I mean... I hope if somebody does a bot that they kind of let me know. That's kind of my like if somebody talks to me about writing a bot for the game, like I appreciate them like talking to me about it and doing it somewhat not maliciously, you know. I could get 140-0, but it's my max and I don't think it can be beaten by mouse. Gotcha. Gotcha. Well, whoops. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just, yeah, I want to see that. I want to see the VOD. And Neris was making the suggestion of showing, or like demos, like recording all the inputs and then saving them. And then people could watch them like straight from populus.gg. Like you could click like the link here for this record and watch the video, watch the playback. That would be pretty sweet. All right, just a couple more. I'm just going to do a couple more games here with this feature, and then I think we're going to start removing it from the server and everything. Oh boy. And then I don't know when we're going to push this update live. I don't want to blow away the person's 175 right now. I mean, the idea with Populus is it kind of will be like a daily leaderboard kind of thing, not really supposed to be something that lasts for a really long time, but oh, yes. Oh. Oh. Whoa. I did 116 there. And 6 mistakes. But that's about 117, I think, was the fastest, the highest number I've ever seen for myself. But, yeah. I could go 140, no, but it's my max. I don't think it'd be beating my mouse. Or a Minecraft player that has 10 plus clicks per second. 60 to go. I know. That's ridiculous. You did 120 something today? I don't think so, Neris. I don't think so. I would have been a little surprised by that. Unless maybe. But I'm already liking how you can still get more mistakes, but keep the... Well, now you don't lose a pop. Basically, what was happening with the other mode was if you popped a bubble, then like missed, you'd go -1 pop. Because you'd have to go back and pop that blue one again. The blue one would reappear, and your number of bubbles popped would go -1. And you'd have to like correct. So now there's no -1. So in theory, we should be seeing some even higher numbers with mistakes, with numbers of bubbles popped, which I think is good. You're still going to be kind of going for like a coveted, because a mistake is still going to slow you down no matter what. Trioxky, do you play with the keyboard though? You just use the mouse 100%. You click with the mouse because you can use the space bar. Okay. Yeah, okay, you knew that at least. All right. But you prefer to click. You prefer to click. I wonder how good I am with clicking. I'm clicking right now. I feel like the click just... I got 97. That's not bad for just clicking. Spacebar is awful for me. Wow. That's interesting. Because for me, I like it because I feel like my hand... I feel like clicking, like the muscles in my hands... make it so that like I kind of am a little less accurate with the mouse. Oof. Plus, I like the way the spacebar feels. I don't know. I like the 93. I had 97 before, didn't I? That's pretty good. But I feel much more... Would you play Osu clicking, Truyoxki? All right, let's play. I keep saying I'm going to play a couple more games. But seriously, I want to... Yeah. Oh, 120. That's got to be my best ever. I think it's this mistake. It's the new mistake thing that's making it possible for me. I can make mistakes. You can make mistakes now and get away with it more. That's really what's happening. Spacebar is awful for me. I played on tablet, not much mouse, maybe some maps on the beginning. Okay, gotcha. I know you said you had the tablet, but I thought you said that you didn't really use it that much. You have the same one as me, right? The Pen XP Pen Star G460 or whatever, G6. Oh, it doesn't say on the pen, but the XP Pen one, right? I've got it in my About section. They kind of ripped off the Dell XPS logo for this. No, not quite. Not quite. All right, a couple more games here. Ooh. I did actually play a little bit over the weekend, like a little bit of practice, some more extended playing. So I feel like I did maybe slightly improve a bit. Oh boy. And I was actually playing mostly full screen 1080p. Which kind of makes me want to have, like, I don't know what 1080p would be. Whoops. Let me try to match 1080p right now. That would be about here. I'm on a 1440p monitor. Or this should be about 1080 high. $123 and 3. Oops. Oof. Oh boy. I'm definitely faster than I have been. Oh boy. Oof, and then I'm just falling apart there at the end. Brakes on. Did I really get 100? Wait. Did I actually do that? That was, I did it a little bit there. Sometimes I really just get confused. Nice. All right, I guess I hit a 123. That's over 4 pops. Wait. I just have to see the plus. I just have to see that over 4.0 pops. That was I did. 4.1. I'm in the 4.0 club. All right, so part of that, I think, is thanks to the new thing, right? Because otherwise I'd really have to... Because the thing is, like, there's a point where you push yourself up, you push your speed up, but your accuracy goes down, right? Because you're pushing to that limit of how accurate you can be with the speed. So with this new game mode, my top level scaling up a little bit, you know, maybe 5 to 10%. Maybe like my scores from that skill point level are kind of going up maybe 10%, getting 10% faster. So like I would expect Truyovsky to probably potentially be able to hit, you know, 140 like he was saying before, but I wouldn't be surprised if he could get that. He could get that pretty easily with this new mode, because you can really push yourself, make a mistake, but it's like more forgiving. And I mean, if you're in theory, like, whoa! All right. I just undid. Never mind. Everything I just said, like the past like 2 minutes, just forget it. Because I did it with 0 mistakes, 127. Sick. Sick. All right. I'm encroaching on Neris now, or on Truyovsky now. Did I say Neris before? Sorry, I kept saying Neris, but I think I might have meant to say Truyovsky. 127-0, sick, but doesn't go on the leaderboard because it wasn't a competitive game. Doesn't really count. It's on my local dev server, so I was cheating. Nice. That's pretty sweet though. 0 mistakes. That feels good. That feels pretty good. But that's not why I'm even playing right now. I'm trying to test out making mistakes. That's the whole point. And I'm liking it. I'm liking the new mistake thing so far. Oh, Truyovsky, what did you get the other day? You hit like 130 something, right? So you're getting into that one. We need the Populus Twitch category. Nice. Well, I wish I could remember who that was who said they shared it with. They shared this game. They shared Populus with an Osu streamer. I don't remember who it was who said that now. Which I was grateful that they did that. I really appreciate that. I myself am not really trying to share Populus with anyone right now. I mean, other than just because of the state it is right now, it's kind of not looking the best graphically. There's definitely some improvements that could be made, but once I get it a little bit more to like a somewhat more presentable point, I might start kind of sharing it with people and seeing what they think about it, whatever. Perhaps people in the Osu community, of which I'm not part of, so I don't really know. I've played Osu like once. All right, I'm liking this. I'm liking the new thing. I got 132-1. Nice. Nice. Just turn my space heater on. Getting a little chilly. All right. So let's implement this. let's get this implemented now in the rest of the game. So I'm going to go ahead and just straight up delete this chunk of code that we commented out. That's pretty much all we care about. This other stuff eventually kind of will go away too. Okay, so the match already, mistake already made. Mistake already made. Yeah, we can get rid of that now. Sick. All right. Prev bubble. Destruct the previous bubble. Yeah, there might be some other, I'm going to kind of go through this a little more closely maybe because there might be some other things we can remove because of this. All right, so gameplay wise or game logic wise, it's gone. But yeah, like some of this stuff we might be able to remove. If the bubble fade anim timer is expired, destruct bubble right away. Pause is set to true when on elapse, otherwise destruct when animation finishes. If the bubble fade anim timer is expired, destruct the bubble immediately. Yeah, actually I don't think we need this anymore because the reason why this was a thing was because if a bubble had the potential to come back, yeah, this should be able to go away. This case will never hit anymore. Basically, we can just run this code every time. I'm pretty sure. So let me, just to test it. Whoops. Let's just open a console here. The mouse tail looks so nasty when the console's open. And that's just because it starts using the full, my mouse is full refresh rate. Sorry, whenever I play this game, I just can't, whenever I play Populus, the part of my brain that starts talking, I start losing that functionality. All right, this is looking pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking this is all right, and let's quickly turn on our debug thing that shows if we have any event lists, or that lists our event listeners on screen all the time, and that will tell us we've got event listener count 40. So that way we can see if we've got any leaky event listeners. And I just want to make sure that I'm just kind of doing a little bit above and beyond right now, testing. Is it already almost 12? I should probably get a snack here. I just want to do that. Let's quit. Back to 40. Beautiful. All right. I'm going to take a quick little snack break, and then we'll be right back. But Populus.gg leaderboards, they're up there. Guys, go ahead, play, have fun. quick little snack break here, and we'll be right back. All right, I am back. Trioxy, play with me. All right, I'm in Trioxy. I'm waiting if you're still there. There we go. Oh. Oh. No. Oh. Nice. GG. Yeah, GG. Oh, I got that way wrong there. Ah, come on. Come on. I just caught myself doing a little bit of Wisconsin accent there. Nice. GG's. Do a couple more here. If you're down. Wasn't quite ready there. Oh, man. Can I? Oh, my goodness. Oh, that's so bad. No, it's purple. I keep like, I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to like go too fast. Nice, GG. Ah. No. No. Nice. It's stressful. We're both getting a lot of mistakes there. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh. Oh. Nice. We are so bad. Oh! 116 and 5. I think that's got me up on there. All right, 116 and 5. Got me in second place on the leaderboard right now. I'm going to be... It's kind of a bummer. I'm going to be blowing away the leaderboard today. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh. Nice. 125. Look at that. That's... As soon as I get second place, Trioxky's got to put me down. I like it. We're getting a pretty stacked leaderboard here now. I'd like to show like the top 100 or something. Oh, that was bad. Oh, wrong one. Nice. Nice. GG. I was awful. I was like 80 and 17 mistakes. So bad. Oh, come on. Oh. Oh. There's so many small ones. There was like 5 or 6 in a row that were just really tiny. So far, with all these games, we haven't had the bug yet. Or, I have. One of us, I assume, hasn't had the bug. Which is good. Because I'm still, I'm still kind of waiting. I don't know. The problem with the bug right now, I still want to fix, but... Wow, Neris taken away up there. Oh! Neris, I mean Truyakski. Sorry. I'm switching your guys' names up now. Nice, nice. 129. Love it. Did you just give up? Let's get a new record on the leaderboard. All right, I quit. 129 and 5. And I guess the 104 was you from before, Truyakski, right? All right. Wow. Just when I made that mistake there, I just see Truyakski take off. The little red dot up there just moving. Oh, boy. Ah, oh, come on. Oh, I did so bad at the end. That all, like, pretty much, like, all 11 of my mistakes were, like, right at the end. Maybe not all of them, but 140. 140 and 5? What? I didn't even know. I didn't even like look at the 140. I was just looking at my score at first. 140. The history is happening right before us. Truyakski. You were just saying that before. You're like, yeah, I can get 140. I was like, BS, and you just did. 140. This is awesome. There's no way I could get... Ah! Did you give up? Because I feel like you were pretty solidly ahead of me before. It's amazing how you can go from... I mean, I'm not saying, you know, like you didn't like give up or whatever, but you went from like 140 to having a game with 80. I mean, that's 60 bubbles Like, it's crazy. Like, I mean, I'm not bashing you by saying that. I'm just saying, like, it's really crazy, like, how just, like, when you get off the, yeah, like, I just had 80 there, like, it's just funny how you can, like, just 40 mistakes. Oh, I didn't notice the mistakes, but yeah, it's like when you just, it's just funny how bad you can do at the same time, right? Like when you're dialed in and you get like your record, like it's pretty awesome. But like when you just have like an average-ish bad game, like how, it's like just amazing how many bubbles difference it is. Like, 'cause the amount of bubbles you're I gave up there. Al is raiding. Hey, Al. What's going on? Thanks, Al, for the raid. Did you change your name? Wasn't it Al the Sexy Game something? And now it's Orgalord? Oops. Prepare. All right. Couple more Truyaxki, and then I better get back into actually making the game better. All right, Al, what's going on? Good to see you. Did I even know you streamed? Did I even know that? A Pink Chair, was that? Thank you for the follow. Sorry, I'm just in a heated duel here real quick with Truyaxki. Oh boy. I've got to take him. Oh, I didn't. Wow, that was close. That was close. We're still hitting high mistake counts, though. We can do better. The Real Retro dropping a raid, too. Man, what's going on here with the raids? The raids today. The Real Dr. Spade. Get raided. It's not a valid get command if I'm... Is that really a valid get command? See what I did there? The Real Dr. Spade. What's going on? Thanks for hanging out. A Pink Chair, give you a proper thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Cheers. Glass of water. Frulu. Yeah, Truyaxki, this game felt nice and competitive there. When you see that little red ball just right near you at the end there, oh man, it just feels good. All right, so for Retro's crowd, we'll give the thanks for the follow. The Real Dr. Spade. Appreciate it. I'm just assuming it's Dr. Spade. I don't know if it's supposed to be Dr. Spade or not, but time to follow for that drinking clip. Sorry, it's just water. Maybe you can unfollow. It was just H2O. You can unfollow for that. It was just water. He's a real doctor. I believe it. Dr. Spade. I'm trying to think of what kind of doctor's office it sounds like. Dr. Spade Dermatology. Dermatologist. Dr. Spade MD. Something like that. I operate on pizza. I feel that. Doctor in Magic. Nice. All right. Well, with Retro's crowd, with Retromo's crowd coming over. Evan, thank you for the raid. I really appreciate that. And thanks, Al, for the raid. You kind of just stomped on Al's raid because Al just raided and then you raided and Evan raided a second later. Retromo raid, yes. I haven't hopped into Retro MMO in a little bit, in a little while. Sorry to say. I haven't checked out the trading or anything yet. I'm rocking a toothpick now because I just took a little snack break. I had some beef sticks, so got to kind of pick the beef stick scraps out of your teeth, you know? All right, so anyway, what are we working on? We're working on my game. It's called Populus. And I was just having a duel with Truyakski in the chat. Because Truyakski and I have now been dethroned to second and third place in Populus. So we've got our rough leaderboard here. And Truyakski and I are the number 2 and number 3 players here. I'm number 3. Do you think the 175 is legit? I do think it is. Because what I saw, Retro Evan, what I saw. Well, let me give the demo of the game for anyone who doesn't know. So it's my game. It's called Populus. You can check it out right now. Populus.gg. I think Truyakski threw it down there in the chat there. Populus.gg. And there's a Discord server as well. The Discord Nightbot kicked in with the automatic Discord there. So yeah. Well, somebody just did something there. Somebody popped in with 4 and 46, I think, down there at the bottom of the leaderboard. So how many 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's one more slot in the leaderboard. Even if you pop one bubble, you'll show up in 10th place on the leaderboard. So a pink chair. I'm so bad at Osu. I'm going to suck at this game. Yeah, unfortunately, this game is turning more into Osu than I would like it to be. But basically, it's a game where you pop bubbles, kind of like Osu. If you're familiar with Osu, very, very similar. I'm just going to do a practice right now, which is just a single-player game. So basically, you have 30 seconds to pop as many bubbles as you can. So this is our timer ticking down here. And you're popping the bubbles in this circle here. And you're popping them. You're popping the bubble that always matches this color here. So this is going to show you like what's on deck, what's in the hole here. So like the purple one is the one we're going to pop first. So you hover your mouse over it, you left click it or hit the space bar. I prefer the space bar. And you just keep going. Just keep going along what's on the side there. And then after the 30 seconds is up, you'll see your number of bubbles popped. Pops per second, you know. Obviously that's just 6 divided by 30, right, to get 0.2. And then mistakes you make. So the mistakes are basically going out of bounds. So if I move outside of the black circle here, that little red ring pops up to kind of say, oh, you made a mistake. Or if I miss popping a bubble, or if I pop the wrong bubble, so I'm supposed to pop the maroon bubble here, but let's say I pop green, that's a mistake. Or if I just straight up miss red, that's a mistake. You know, if you just click or pop out here, those are all mistakes. Osu is more like a rhythm game. Populus is better. Oh, Truyakski, thank you. Yeah, Osu is, yeah, it's like, I think of Osu as like a Guitar Hero ripoff, you know? And then I'm just making a Osu ripoff, I guess. Actually, I never wanted it to really, it was a different game originally, and it's just kind of slowly turned more into Osu because it was like more fun, I guess. Osu equals Rock Band 6, yes. Yeah, I think it's suspicious, the 175 and 0, no mistakes. Well, here's the thing. I looked at the log. Okay, so I wanted to address the 175. So last week, Monday, we went live with just a basic leaderboard. All it does is show like the best games. So somebody already bumped the 4 bubbles off the leaderboard here. But basically, these games. Oh, well, I should also mention for anyone, the Populus is meant to be kind of a one-on-one game. So if you do practice, you just do a single-player game. And if you set any scores in practice mode, it's not going to show up on the leaderboard. I might change that, but right now, practice mode doesn't do anything. There's a tutorial as well, which I gave everybody the tutorial. But I just like doing the tutorial because it feels kind of cool. It explains the game. Oh, that reminds me. Where's my note paper? I don't have it, but I don't have my notepad, but let me open a virtual notepad right here really quickly. Fix tutorial with new bubble pop thing. All right. There's just a note to self. You can ignore that. So, dang, this game has come a long way. Hey, thanks, Evan. Thanks. Yeah, it feels, I mean, I'm really only working on it 2 days a week, 2 like full work days a week. You know, so like 16 hours a week, something like that. Give or take, depending. Which is not, I'd like to be doing way more. I mean, I did the math. When we went live with multiplayer, the one-on-one, what was that, beginning of January-ish? Has that already been a month? Yeah, I think that's already been a month. I think few weeks ago, 4 weeks ago maybe. We went live with multiplayer, and then I did the math. Like, when I started streaming, like if I crammed all of my 2 days a week into like stretch those out over 5 days, I would have gotten to that point back in like October. So it was just kind of, yeah. A pink chair. Oh, I like this game. Oh, nice. Pink chair. A pink chair. Sorry. A lot, actually. Oh, thank you. Just beat a guy. Nice. Real Dr. Spade. Gotta go. See you tomorrow. Hopefully, it's 2 a.m. for me already. All right. Hey, get some rest. The Real Dr. Spade. Yeah, we'll be back here tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. That's usually when I get started. So it's currently 12:20 p.m. Central Standard Time. So a little bit, about two and a half-ish hours in the past from now, tomorrow, if you followed that. We'll be back here 10 a.m. Central Standard Time tomorrow. But I'll be here streaming for another probably 5 hours or so today. Long-term goal is to do game dev stuff full-time. Yeah, I think so, Retro MMO. Yeah, I want to make it less of a hobby thing and more of a... Because when it's a hobby thing, I really just don't get that much done. I think I heard you say that too, Evan. On stream, like you said something about when you weren't like, I just got to do this and stream and work on it, like you weren't getting much done. How can some people get over 3 pops a second? Yes, insane. It is a pink chair. It is. Well, okay, so back to this 175 thing. So again, yeah, I prefer to work in like 16-hour stretches, not short amounts. Yeah, I gotcha. 16 hours, I don't know, that's kind of crazy to me. I feel like 14 hours for me is like... 14 hours for me is like about a max. Not 16 hours every time. Sure. About that 175 and 0, can you check the logs? Yeah, so what I did, Trioxy, so backstory for everyone maybe coming over from Retro MMO stream. So we went live with this basic leaderboard, which just shows the top 10 players, and it goes away if I reboot the server or anything, right? This is not very complicated. It's not very sophisticated, or there's no database or anything. So at some point in time, earlier this week, a few days ago, I noticed Frulu, 31 made it on the top 10. Nailed it. Nice. 31 and 0. It's pretty good. 0 mistakes. So basically each line here is like a person's best game. And a person is a connection. So like if you go to populus.gg, you connect, and as long as you don't refresh the page or quit or anything, close the window, you'll be that one player the whole time. But if you refresh the page, you'll start as a new player. But that's kind of how the leaderboard works, and it's just storing the top 10 until the server reboots. This leaderboard will exist. So at one point in time, a couple days ago, I just noticed there was 175 pops. And I kind of thought, my initial thought was like somebody cheating, but a bot or something. But I mean, if you were really cheating, if you had a bot, you could do a lot more than that. So that's what makes me think it's real. But and what I was going to say, I was looking at the logs, like you said, Trioxy, and I saw this player connect. So they connected, and then they connected with another player, I don't know that, I don't know for a fact that it was the same human. I wasn't, you know. But I could see that that player connected, then another player connected, like as if they opened a second tab, kind of, right? I'm not doing any IP address looking at that or anything. But they connected, opened a new tab, and then they played that game. And I assume, the reason why I assume they played a separate tab is because, for one, not really anyone plays this game anyway, right? My 36-1, which is now down at the 10th place here, this was like the only record. I set this right away as soon as we went live, so there was at least one record up here on the leaderboard. But he did it in one single player game. No, it wasn't a single player game. The single player game doesn't log you up on the leaderboard at all, the practice. So it was, oh, I see what you're saying. So they played, it appeared that they played the game, opened a new tab, and then played a game against just like a separate tab, right? And the first game was like 169 and one mistake. That was the first game. And then the second game was 175 and 0. And that was it. And they were done. They're just that good. First try. Well, that's the thing that makes me think it's a little more human, because they did the 169 and 1, and then they did a 175 and 0, and then they were done. That's pretty much it. Dineed. Nice game. Also just got on the leaderboard with 38. No, nice. Nice, Dineed. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. They must have a gaming chair. I like that. Yes. A DX racer. Or RGB. The more RGB they have, maybe. All right, hang on a second here. All right. Pink chair, 54 and 4. Nice. Nice. It's hard to imagine for me when I got 140 today to get 35 more. For sure, Truyakski. Yeah, so Truyakski just got this 140 and 5. And Truyakski is by far the best. I hit this 116 and 5. Just playing Truyakski just now. The 175, like that's it's pretty insane. Badger. What's going on, Badger? Badger, the leaderboard is live now. What in the world? Sorry guys. Have some All right. So what I've been working on as of right now, well, I've been kind of working on like 3 different things, unfortunately. Too many different things. Oh yeah, Nightbot, pop the Discord in there. I do have a Discord, if anyone's interested. You can see if you do go to Discord, you can see Trioxky's old record. Old 124. But if you want to see just what it looks like playing the game wickedly fast, you can watch Trioxky's 124 pops, which he's now blown away with 140. So that's pretty amazing. So we'll be looking forward to Trioxky's next video to be uploaded to the Discord. And that's and whoever did the 175. We're looking for the mystery man or woman. 175. So the Funny Cheese Man is now following. Funny Cheese Man. Thank you for that. Thank you for that follow. Really appreciate it. Cheers. A glass of water. Stinky cheese. Nice. All right. Sorry, I'm distracted with some messages here. All right. So all right. So what I've been working on as of this morning, as of the stream today, is trying to. I've removed the thing now that what happens right now in the live version of Populus. I just switched to populus.gg. Right now, what happens if you make a mistake, the previous bubble comes back. Obviously, if you're already, if you're at 0 bubbles popped and you make mistakes, nothing happens. But if I pop the pink bubble here, then try to pop something else, make a mistake, pink comes back, right? And I have to go back and do it again. If I make a mistake now, brown comes back. If I make any subsequent mistakes, pink doesn't come back or anything, just brown, just one bubble comes back and that's it. So what I've done is I've removed the part where any bubble comes back. I've just gotten rid of it on my development version here now. So right now, like I pop blue, and if I make a mistake, blue doesn't come back. The little blue up here in our little nav bar here still is there, so we're working on getting rid of that. But yeah, we want to get rid of. I want to get rid of that because I feel like making a mistake by itself is already punishment on its own. So yeah, that's kind of my deal right now. So I started, I was working on this and then I took my snack break and then I came back and we got raided. Oh, Trioxy, I missed your message. And if I didn't cheat, I would share my score to the creator of the game. IDK if I don't get a recording, I'll not believe it. Like in the very beginning of the game, when someone wanted to record my score because I got 105 and 1. That was probably me, Trioxky, because I remember that. I was like, video Trioxky or it didn't happen. Because at that point, my record was like 82. Like 82 was like the most I had ever popped that I could remember. So like getting 100 was like, whoa, to me at the time. So, but yeah, you would think if somebody came in and said a 175 legit, like they'd want to share it, share that it was them. So Yeah. So man, you guys are bumping. You're inflating that leaderboard up there. 42 is now in 10th place. So the game's on. In before people make 200 plus constantly. Nice. Nice. Badger just made 1,750 mistakes. I like it. Badger, get yourself up on the leaderboard with those, with a mistake count like that. Like, get at least 42 bubbles, but have like just a ridiculously high amount of mistakes. Do it. Well, yeah, I don't again, like, I don't know what the limit. I mean, like I said, I had 82 bubbles, and to me that was like fast, right? And then Trioxky comes and gets 105, shows up in the stream one day, gets 105 or whatever. And I was just like, my mind was blown. Nobody believed him. We all called him a liar. And then he showed the video. And then like a couple days later, I got like 109. And I posted that video. I'm like, Populus world record, 109 pops. And Trioxky comes with like 124 the next day. And now Trioxy's sitting here at 140. So like I don't know, like 175? I don't know. Like, I feel like it could be closer than we think. Oh, Frulu got the 42. Nice, Frulu. I like it. 42-0. Very accurate. Notice how pretty much nobody up here has 0 mistakes, except for Mr. 175-0. All right. Yeah, and for anyone who came over from Retro's stream, you know, looking for more of the development side of things, the technical side of things, the game is all JavaScript. It's all just like basically static JavaScript. The client, the browser is all just static JavaScript. I mean, obviously the game is a website, you know. And basically just writing all static JavaScript client files. I tend to keep all my client files here in this right side pane, or left. Is this left or right? This is a right. Yeah, the right pane here. And then the left pane, I've been keeping all the server code. So the server is Node.js. So it's a WebSocket. I'm using a WebSocket library in Node.js to be able to do WebSocket communication with Node.js. And that's basically all the server is using. I don't have any database or anything. And our leaderboard, in fact, is very volatile. It will go away once I reboot the server. So that was kind of my initial idea, was like we'd have just the leaderboard would just be like daily or weekly, maybe. Like maybe weekly is kind of cool. I don't know. Something like that. I didn't want the leaderboard to really be like a very lasting thing. All right, so did I change this? Okay, I changed that back to 3,000. All right, so I removed some code just now and I tested it. I remember that's what I did before my little lunch break. Yes, so I removed this. I commented out this stuff and everything looks good. I know I tested it after we commented it out. Yes, so that's perfect. Okay. Init next bubble. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to look at all right, what do we have? We've got, as far as the game goes, everything is fine. As far as the game goes, this is all, yeah, man, I really like this new mistake thing. I really do. Oh boy. Oh, I'm doing something really bad there. All right. Anyway. Yeah, so I need to remove, I'm trying to think of what I want to do first. I guess we'll remove, I should go to the nav meter code. So that's our little sidebar there. That shows, do I want to mess with this? Because this is all very complicated. Add nav, oh, actually, yeah, where is that? Okay, set target bubble ID. Yeah, in this case, nav offset inc diff equals 1 diff if the amount of bubbles that can come back can only be 1, then get rid of this outer loop. Yeah, actually, I'm going to do that right now. Is I being used at all? You know what? I'm actually going to keep this because it's possible we might do something with this later. Maybe. All right. But I would like to, well, yeah, let's get rid of if the bubble isn't initialized. You know what? I think I know what I can do for this. Because what we have right now, we've got a little kind of side effect right now where if you pop a bubble, so like it used to be that when you pop a bubble here, it would go up to this position here. So I pop that yellow bubble, and then the little yellow bubble goes up here. And then if I make a mistake, then the yellow bubble flashes, like comes back, right? The alpha goes to like 50%, you know, so that green one now is just like this little green. But we don't really need that anymore. It'd be nice to maybe just have, like, not change the alpha or the, like maybe just the bubble, like at this size and opacity, just whoop, slides up off screen. Maybe. I kind of like that. I kind of like that idea. So I want to look into maybe just doing that real quick. I mean, the way I have it right now, I could kind of just leave it. Because I also have this much more grand idea for the future of having Evan, are you still there? Were you streaming for, because I didn't see you this streaming before I started. Were you only streaming for like an hour or two? In case you're still there, I don't know. Whoops, I didn't want to do that. What was I going to do? I'm getting distracted now. Okay, so nav meter. Yeah, I need to look at our calculate unpop nav bubble props. No, that's not it. Center. Isn't there an off-screen nav bubbles? Nav bubble props. Where is nav bubble props? Finally set the first. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Actually, this might be it. Finally set the first unpopped. Oh, no, never mind. That's pushes you onto the end of the array. Unshift pushes bubbles onto the front of the array. Is this the first one we need to do? Calculate the popped bubble props. No. Calculate. All right, where are we calling nav bubble props? Where do we first set that up? Okay, it's an array, and this is the first push. So the first push, we do R, calculate unpopped bubble props. Finally, the first unshift. Oh, here we go. Here it is. Here it is. This is it. This is the line right here. Okay, so popped R. Yeah, basically I need to keep this unshift here, but instead of popped R, these 3 lines need to be run for each bubble that can come back. Why? Oh, okay. Yeah, see, I can probably get rid of this whole thing and just comment out this whole thing and just do a little unshift. Evan split it into 2 streams because he had to watch his kid. Gotcha. So like he started like an hour ago or so, or 2 hours ago, I guess. We've been going 3 hours. Because I was gonna say right before I went live, I didn't see him live. Because I just checked Twitch right before I went live to see who was out there. I didn't see him, so I just thought that was kind of weird to have a shorter stream, but well, I don't know. Yeah, about 2 hours. Okay, gotcha. All right, so yeah, so I've got this kind of fancy little system for. I spent a lot of time working on this stupid little system for keeping track of the sizes of all these bubbles. Because you notice how like the size, these bubbles are like shifting around in these different sizes and everything. And it's actually ended up being kind of a cool system to do all of this. And it sounds stupid that I would even need something kind of sophisticated to do this. But what I ended up doing is like storing an array of the properties of all these. So like this is an opacity of 50% and a radius of a certain size, right? So I stored like an array of like, this is like the first element in the array. This is the second element in the array. This is the third. This is the third. Just the properties. Just the radius of what the bubble here should be, the opacity of what the bubble should be, and then the Y position of what the bubble should be. And then same thing for this one, a radius, a opacity, and a Y position. And then for this one, a radius, an opacity, a Y position. For this one, a radius, opacity, a Y position. And then I just have a certain amount of bubbles that match the bubbles that are in that main array here for the actual game, the colors and everything. And then I'm basically just drawing some bubbles on screen based upon whatever's in that array of properties that's kind of fixed. And then I animate between them. Maybe that sounds kind of convoluted, and it somewhat is. But basically, I also have a position in the array for the bubble that slides off screen here, for the little mini guy that slides off screen. So that's the first element in that array of all those positions. So the thing is, I want to change that. Ooh, actually. Yes, actually there is something. Popped, calculate unpopped bubble props. Calculate popped bubble props. Finally set the first unpopped and invisible. Okay, that's fine. But we unshift. Oh boy. All right, we need to look at one more thing here really quickly. When we animate off screen, what does that look like? Do we calculate that every time? If bubble should be destructed, what's the highest mistake score? Badger, I'm actually not sure. I don't have a I don't have mistakes on the leaderboard as something that mistakes are a bad thing, believe it or not, on the leaderboard. So like if somebody had a 104 and 10 mistakes, they would go above this person who has 104 and 14. So That's kind of how the sorting works with that. But I'm not keeping track of high score mistakes explicitly. 1750 mistakes, Badger. I mean, you're probably on the top there. During an actual one-on-one game, you really shouldn't be able to hit more than 1800. Well, actually, that's kind of a good point. I haven't really thought about that. Anyway. Okay, so we must be doing... Okay, so if bubble should be destructed. First set initial. Move to size 2. If bubble isn't initialized. For the amount of bubbles... If bubbles should be destructed. Okay, so then we would do nav bubbles, initialize nav bubbles. Oh, move destruct anim. That's what that is. This .nav bubble destructed y. Oh, look at that. We calculate that. Okay. Nav bubble props 0.r times -1. Oh, brilliant. Okay, but we don't need to do times -1. I should just do the negate like that. Right? Oops. Oh, man, I cleared out my player there. Okay, good. All right, hang on. I'm going to get some more coffee. I'll be back in 2 seconds here. All right, we are back. Okay, so Yeah, the nav bubble destructed Y. That is the thing. Okay, nav bubble props 0. Okay, so actually this is fine. We can keep this. Oh, you know what? You know what? You know what all we need to do? I think all we need to do is get rid of this chunk of code. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's now bubble props. All we need to do is just comment out this whole thing. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, that will do it. Nope, or not. Oh, okay. That's almost it. That is almost it. Oh, boy. Okay. So I think this is right for the setup, but then I need to go in here and change, because we're basically like one behind everything. If bubbles should be destructed. All right, so pre-bubble ID -1. Yeah, that's the problem. This just needs to be pre-bubble ID. I think. So let me do this just really quickly. We're going to go, actually, let's just do this. Do this. Comment out that. All right, that should do the trick, I would think. Yep. Nope. All right, that almost does it. Why did it go so, why did it move so slowly? Whoops. That first one just like slid really slowly. Like, I feel like am I a little crazy or? Oh, actually it's just because it's in that position, I think. Am I right? Okay. All right, so why isn't this working? What is pre-bubble ID? That might be the problem. Pre-bubble ID -1. I guess let me do this. Let's CLG nav bubble props. Let's do that. All right, so we've got 4 things. We've got 1, 2. Oh no, wait a minute. Oh, that's radius. Oops. Why did that shift like that? When I did that, it shifted. Oh, because we just, yeah. All right. All right, we're getting rid of 175, 122. Oh no, that's radius. Oh, that's units. Okay, so this is Y. All right, so this is the pixels. So we've got 376 should be up here. Then 510, 614, and then 696. No, wait, that's wrong. 3, I need to like log my player input. player input. Don't I have like a... Yes! Okay, and we've got a right here, we've got these two. What? There we go. Actually, I just need the Y position. All right, so we're showing our Y position in pixels of our cursor. So that's really nice. All right, so I'm trying to make sure that I did this correctly. So units Y, oh boy. Oh, that's units, sorry. Y is 376. Yeah, so that's the center of this circle, 376. Then this is 510. Yep. And then this one is 614. Yep. And then the 696 represents the invisible one here that hasn't slid in yet. Yes, perfect. Okay. And then that's what we, right? 376. Okay. That's perfect. So that's the problem when I shift this. These slide down because it's, yeah. Okay. All right, so let's see. I've got, where are we matching up? Nav bubbles for each nav bubble, props offset, negative offset. Nav bubble props offset. This needs to be updated if more bubbles can come back. So this needs to be 0, maybe. I don't want to change a bunch of stuff. 22,000 mistakes. All right, I think you win, Badger. Nice. Is that with your macro? Why didn't I write an actual description of what this means? Nav bubble props offset. It comes in as -1. That might be the thing. If we just change this to 0. Is that it? Does that do it? Yes. The one problem is I don't know. I don't like the delay thing. So I got to fix that. Yeah, it'd be nicer if it slid up with everything else. I mean, it looks kind of cool, but it's also kind of annoying. Like, let me just play and let me just play like legitimately right now and just see if it feels distracting or not. I don't know. I don't really like it. It feels weird. Not only just because I'm so used to the other thing, but... Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm just trying to play a little fast here. A little too fast. Let's try again here. Just want to give it another test run. Whoops. Oof. Nice. Nice, nice. Almost crashed my computer. Well, I'm assuming... Are you messing around with a Python thing, Badger? Because I know you mentioned Python before, so I don't know if you're messing around with some sort of script. Because, I mean, I assume what's happening is you're, like, locking up... Potentially locking up your... Well... If you were locking it up, you'd get more than 22,000. Gotcha. Oh boy. Sweet. All right. All right. This is... Okay, so the one thing I want to get rid of is the little, like, billiard ball kind of collision thing that happens. I don't really like that. I want the bubble that slides. I want this bubble, like if I pop this bubble, I want it to just slide off instantly, not like wait for the other bubble to hit. So this is great. We're really like shrinking this down. Nav bubble. Yeah, we can really like get rid of a bunch. Well, oh, that's right. It's just the starting value. Okay. So that does, yes, okay. That needs to stay. Ooh, and does resizing work? That's the other big thing. Stuff screwed up when we resize? No, it is not. It looks great. Okay. All right, so if bubbles need to be destructed, that's kind of the next thing here. hidden prop. Nav bubble props dot length -1. Oh, that's the last prop. Okay, that one's fine. All right, I just had a major blank there for a second. The amount of bubbles that can come back in length 1 year. Okay, so we need this thing here. If bubbles should be destructed, this is what we care. Yes, this is what we care about. Again, if I change this back, stuff's gonna look screwed up. Oh yeah, yeah, yes. Okay, so we've got this thing correct here. All right, so instead of if diff is greater than 0 and destructing. What is diff? Diff's never going to be -1 again, right? Yeah, I'm going to get rid of this. We're just going to have if nav bubbles destructing bubble ID dot initialized. Do we need to check that anymore? Init reset set on elapsed. Destruct. Yeah, I think we just take this. Set target bubble ID. Let me say destruct previous bubbles. Previous bubble. All right, so then I'm gonna just do a find replace. Find in selection. Destructing bubble ID, and we're going to replace that with prev bubble ID, right? Prev bubble ID. Beautiful. Beautiful. Yes. Okay. Awesome. All right, so the thing is, destruct anim if tutorial and a callback call nav bubbles destruct reset values. Now this isn't going to make a difference. Actually, wait a minute. It might be a matter of, I think we might have it here. Nav bubble. All right, so we're going to look at the animation equation. So for move anim, we do that. And that might be the problem. Move destruct anim. Yes. I think that is it. It looks a little funny because it's like too fast. Yeah, it's too fast. It's like maybe we can change the speed, I guess. Yeah, okay, so like how fast? Ooh, okay, so from here to here, we're going like 400, 400. Oops. We're like 100 pixels more or less. And then from here, 304. Okay, so 100 over. Wait a minute. Am I doing this math the right way? Neris, I like the old style when it was smaller and lighter. Yeah, well, it's got to be. I might actually change. Well, right now it looks just funky because it's like too fast. Because it's moving the same speed as the other one. Like from the time it takes for this blue one to move up to this position, it takes the same time for this one to move out here, right? So like the same, they're moving at the same duration. They're animating. They're going to reach their destination in the same time. But obviously one's traveling way more of distance. One's traveling 3 times the distance. So I want to make, maybe I can make the duration 3 times as long, basically, is what I'm thinking. So we did, oh, we have 200. Okay, so maybe if we make this 600 milliseconds, it would look a little better. Maybe you can decrease the size as it goes up. I was actually thinking about that too, Neris, or decreasing the opacity too, to make it just like less distracting. There I just slowed it down now. So I made it about a little more like, but again, I kind of like that, but it all, cause it looks kind of cool, but at the same time, it's a little too, man, am I gonna have to do, all right, for this to work, I might have to do the, like, start val, end val. Where do we set that? Well, I guess we set the end value. We set values. The Y position. All right, I might do my own interpolation now rather than letting my timer, my animation do the interpolation. Because I kind of like what you're saying, Neris. Like, yeah, having it either the size and the opacity change. Because everything was at, like, it was always at like 50% opacity, which just made it like less noticeable. So like what I could do is I could do, whoops, I could do, instead of setting, all right, so I'm going to try to do this. We're going to do an end value of 1. And then I'm going to do the interpolation by hand in our onTick function. So it'll be a little messier, but I can at least animate 3 different things with the same animation data. Is what I'll do. Oh, I think it should become less opaque as soon as it becomes an old bubble to distinguish it instantly. Right. Yeah, like it'd be nice if maybe these almost just like faded out. Like maybe we could even fade these out like completely. So like if I do, all right, so we're gonna do pose Y. Oh great, we don't have the, man. Maybe I could just, that's not gonna work. We're gonna need a reference. We're gonna need to like pass a reference here. So I'm gonna have to do params and then do this dot nav meter. I'm gonna have to pass the nav meter in itself as a property. So for each nav bubble, called during on-demand bubble generation. Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay. So we pass this. What? Oh. Okay, so we got that, and we'll pass in. Ooh, we forgot to use the z-index up there, didn't we? Nice. Okay. So we pass the nav meter there, and then we do. Oh no. Ah, okay. All right, we're going to do something ugly. Prit, if I can spell for each. All right, this is just ugly. Let me just make like a little, all right, nav meter. Screw that. I can imagine myself not understanding that comment later. All right. Okay, so now we've got reference to our nav meter, and let's just make sure everything works fine. We're not actually reading it at all, but make sure I'm just not crashing anything here. Yeah, so what we could do is we could even fade the opacity down to 0, I think. I think that might be the thing to do. Let's just try that first before we even try the radius. All right, so we'll do, okay, so we have, all right, so we're gonna, yes, we're doing that. We're going to the nav meter, no, yeah, the nav meter code here, and we are gonna make sure that when we destruct the bubble, we are not, I'm gonna get rid of this. We're gonna make sure that we don't reset the values at all. And yeah, so then set on elapsed. Pass a callback. Perfect, perfect. All right, so what we want is we go to nav bubble. We've got our onTick function. So now our value is going to be some number between 0 and some number between 0 and 1. And then we're going to have to do all the linear interpolations ourselves. So we're going to have to do well, okay, wait. So opacity. Am I thinking of this right? Okay, so value is between 0 and 1. So if we're going between 300 and 300 and negative 5. Let me make sure that I'm doing... If we're going between 300 and negative 5, because we're going up. So we need to do 300 minus negative 5. Or is it always going to be negative? Wait, the destination. Is it always going to be the destination? What in the world? Am I doing? Do I keep doing this wrong? Negative 5 minus 300. Destination minus source times that. B minus A times B minus A times RT plus A. Right? B minus A times T plus A. That's our lerp. To make sure I remember that. All right. So T is value. And position Y is going to be position Y. Oh no. Wait a minute. Nav meter. Badger, could you battle me real quick? I want to see if this works. Sure, if you try to send too many mouse inputs, it's going to kick you out. So we can try it. Am I playing you, Badger, right now, I assume? Oh, boy. $149. Did it, what did I have just now? 114 and 16. Was that me? Dang. Was it trying to work? I lagged too much. Nav bubble props pre bubble ID dot pose dot y. Wait a minute. Nav bubbles. Ah, man, this is being... This is getting nasty. This is getting nasty pretty fast here. Are you... Badger, are you FBI on the Discord? Is that your you posting on the bugs and issues there? Yeah, that's interesting. You got not a number and infinity, which is what would show up. Infinity would show up if you did a divide by 0. Let me try a game real quick here. Just against myself. Whoops. I didn't want to do that, actually. We're going to quit. 52. All right. All right, I'm going to let this go. Let the time expire. And I just want to see, because this should all still show up just fine. Yep, okay. So, oh, the total time is somehow showing up as 0. Did you do anything, Badger, screwy with that game on your end? Because for whatever reason, the total time is showing as 0. Because like that's just a little screwy. And if you play an online game, the total time, let's see. No, sir. Let's see stats screen real quick here. Stats, if server stats, total time equals total time. I just messed with my script. Oh, okay. Then that's, yeah. Then if you mess with the script, then I mean, then anything could happen. Then I don't, because I was going to say, there's no way you would end up with, if you like deleted part of the script or something, and I'm surprised it would even work. or by my script, you're talking about the page? You're talking about like the pages script, the JavaScript on the page? Because if you screwed with the script in the page and this got changed, you config.mesh.timeline. If that somehow got changed to 0, $43,000 mistakes. Nice. My Python. Okay. Yeah. That's interesting. Because the fact that total time variable came out to be 0 is something screwy had to have happened. If opponent quit, then match.stats.endtime minus match.stats.startTime. Well, unless those came out differently. I'm trying to think. About what that could have been, but config.match.timelength over 1,000. Like if this was 0, then 0 over 1,000 would be 0, and then total time would be 0, and then we divide by 0, so we get. That's why the one not a number showed up, or whatever. All right. Well, I'm not gonna worry about it too much. At the moment. All right. So we need to do something here with the nav bubble where, because again, what I'm trying to do at the moment oh boy. Oh yeah, because the okay. All right, so we're trying to fix the animation and stuff for the bubbles going off screen, and right now they're all screwed up. And that's okay. Whoops. But we need something where Leah Desu is now following. Leah Desu, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Very much appreciate it. Yeah, and I'll give a demo of Leah Desu. I don't know if you am I saying that name right? I don't know if you've been lurking for a while or know what's going on, but I'll give you a little demo of my game here. Leah, gotcha. Nice. No, but I read your description. All right, nice. Somebody actually read the description. Great. I'm a noob, just started 3 months ago. Nice, with web development or something like that, Leah. So I'm just looking for pros to look at. Gotcha. Well, I wouldn't necessarily consider myself a pro, but JS for now. Gotcha. Weeb is discriminatory. Is it when you call yourself that? I don't know. But yeah, Leah, if you got any questions about stuff that's going on, I'll give you a demo. I'll give you a demo of the game here. I should be doing that every so often. So we're working on my game. It's called Populus. Populus.gg. Anyone can play. Yes, that new Nightbot command is working for play. So play and game are now valid Nightbot commands that do the same thing. Play is an alias for game. Anyway, it's a dumb game where you pop bubbles as fast as you can. Basically, that's pretty much it. And if you do play, it queues you up for like a one-on-one game. If you do practice, it's basically just single player. And there's a tutorial. And there's a leaderboard that currently only shows records for people in the one-on-one. So I just hit play and I joined in with the game right away with someone. And basically you got 30 seconds to pop as many bubbles as you can. So we got the 30-second timer bar there. And basically you're trying to pop the bubble that matches the color in this position over here on the right side. So I'm trying to pop this green bubble first. So I hover my mouse over it and I left click or hit the space bar. And then you just keep going. The bubbles are kind of sliding up there on the side. And you just give her. You crank away, just see how many bubbles you can get. And then, yeah, at the end of the game, you see some stats. So you see your stats are in blue and your opponents are in red. So, well, the total time's not really a stat. But I popped 14 bubbles. My opponent got 18. And you see just like pops per second. And, you know, just that average number there. And how many mistakes you made, too. So that's pretty much it. It's a pretty simple game. So it's got some other nice, well, again, it's got like a little leaderboard here, which will always show the top 10 games by players. And, yeah, we've got the Ghost 175 pops. We're not sure who did it, and that person has not made themselves known. So we don't know who it is. It's nice. It has a lot of different things. Oh, thanks, Leah. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's pretty much definitely not me. Are you still on here on the board, Frulu? Didn't you have like 40 something? Because now 51 is the min. It's the last place there. I'd like the leaderboard to have maybe like 100. It'd be cool to have like 100 or something. But for right now, I just had like what could I do that's like the simplest? Just slap a leaderboard on somewhere. Not anymore. I think one of my old sessions is the 51. Oh, nice, nice. Oh, that was Kodako who said that. I'm not keeping track of the people who are saying these things. Nice. Kodako's up there. Kodako's on the board. I think I just did one of these higher ones. I didn't even really mean to. Or I didn't want to. I think I did the 114 and I wasn't. I mean, I was trying, but I didn't want to actually play a full game like that and get up on the board like that. No, actually, that couldn't have been me. That couldn't have been me. That's pretty. Yeah. Is the order of the colors random? The order is actually, it's actually kind of like, what I'm doing is kind of like a color wheel loop. It's kind of like looping around a color wheel. So if you kind of look, it's kind of hard to detect exactly. But like you can see, like it's going to go from pink to red to yellow to green, and then there's going to be like a blue one, right? And then there'll probably be like another purplish one that appears after that, right? So it's kind of like going around the color wheel in an interval. And then there's some random like, basically I used HSL color, or HSL format for color, so I could have a color wheel. And then I can like loop at like a fixed interval around the color wheel. And then I did that so that I could have like a nice even spacing between the colors so that you'd never end up with like two colors that are too similar. Because originally I was just doing random RGB colors, and obviously that you could see why that would be pretty bad, because a lot of times you'd end up with colors that are way too similar on the board and like you can't even differentiate, or colors that are just too bright or too, way too bright, that sort of thing. So, yeah, I used a little, actually I use a pretty, it feels like a nasty algorithm to convert between HSL and RGB. And I even put I have a little to-do to like look at, there was a Wikipedia page, or on the Wikipedia page for HSL, there was another, yeah, it's like this switch case thing. Well, I guess it's not that nasty, but my function here, HSL to RGB color, you pass in some HSL and it spits out RGB. So what do I have like a function that just generates, yeah. But I actually started thinking about, I've been thinking about having maybe like a fixed color palette, or like a set of different fixed color palettes, because I'm kind of thinking of like getting away from the color, especially with, or getting away the reliance on color being an important thing. I kind of want to get away from that, because especially since there's been so many people that have brought up the color blindness thing, and I don't really see like a nice way to get rid of the colorblind problem. I mean, we could do something like star, like shapes on tops of the bubbles, like square, but that wouldn't really be teaching you to play the game in a quick way. Because you can be 100% colorblind and totally play the game okay. Because the meta is kind of to not really pay attention to colors at all, but pay attention to the bubbles that appear in the order that they appear. So that would be, you know, the way I play is I do an initial look at the colors. So I do an initial blue, purple, pink, and then I go, okay, I'm going to do blue, purple, pink, and as I'm popping these, I'm going to, and brown's going to be the fourth color, so it's going to be dun, 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 dun. And I'm going to pay attention to the bubbles that are appearing in what positions where, because as soon as I pop blue, green is what I'm going to pop after brown. So I'm going to go here, 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 here. You know, so I'm just like paying attention to the bubbles in the order that they appear, not paying attention to colors at all. But the initial cactus, man, what's going on? But the initial bubbles don't appear, then you need to identify the colors somehow. Yeah, exactly, cactus, man. So that's kind of there has to be some initial thing, right? But what I want to do is I want to get away from more of that reliance on the colors, and part of that I think will be moving towards like a fixed color palette for like, and we might have, you know, like there's only going to be 4 bubbles on screen at once. Currently, oh sorry, I'm on actual populus.gg right now. In my dev version, you can only have 4 bubbles on screen at once, right? So in theory, like we could get away with like 4 colors in a 4-color palette, and then it's just cycling between those 4 colors every time, right? At a fixed thing, right? That could be the thing. I'm like, maybe the background color could change. I don't know. I'm just thinking of ways to make it look better. Rainbow. Well, rainbow is what we pretty much have right now, where it is looping through the color wheel. Just it's looping through an HSL color wheel, right? So the hue is just a, you know, degree of the circle of the color wheel, and then you've got saturation and lightness, or luminance, saturation and luminance, or saturation and lightness, and then the saturation and luminance are like somewhat random, picked randomly, I believe. Because I did something where I wanted to kind of alternate between dark and light colors, but it's kind of not that big of a deal or that important. So anyway, let's get back to our animation stuff here. All right, so I guess I didn't refresh this one, because if I refresh this now and play, this is going to have the screwed up animations. Yep, where we actually don't really have any animation. These things are just snapping up. All right. So we need to have this dot animation destruct anim y Initial Y, we'll call it. Initial Y. I don't like exactly that full name. Destruct anim initial Y. This is going to get set. You know what? I could just... you know what? I should just... I'm going to do a whole new animation object. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to not hack my own little system here. Let's just do our own new little animation object. I'm not going to break things. Okay. Yeah. We're not going to push the envelope here. Because I'm starting to like tweak too many things, and then it's just gonna not end well. Tyrannosaur is live 2 seconds ago. Oh, is that just like old? Like that notification is old, Cactus Man, or is that like actually Twitch screwing up? Because I just make sure like my stream didn't like crap out or something. But I would have noticed. Did like the notification appear all of a sudden? Because like, nah, it's still live, huh? Because all of a sudden we have more viewers than like a second ago. So I'm like thinking, did a bunch of people get the notification again that I'm live? I've been going for 4 hours and everything says everything's fine. Twitch, let me look at Twitch Inspector here. Twitch Inspector has not detected a single unstable event, so I would assume we are doing fine and dandy. Yeah, the notif appeared. I'll take a fraudulent notification from Twitch. I'll take that. Twitch just decided to send a notification. Maybe they didn't send a notification initially. Hey, you were here at the beginning, Kodako. Did you get a notification from the initially? Their algorithm thought it was a good idea. Thank you, Twitch. Thank you very much, Twitch, for just giving me a nice shout out there. I don't remember. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I have any Twitch notifications turned on, so I don't think I see anything. Once I started following like more than a couple streamers, I started like being like, okay, I gotta turn this off. I don't even have the Twitch mobile app, so maybe I should have the Twitch mobile app to see that. I just get notifications inside Twitch. Yeah, right. That's basically what I have. So if I'm, yeah, you see the little thing pop up on the website itself. But I think I turned off emails and everything. Like I get emails all the time. Who wants, I mean, you really need an email when somebody goes live? I don't know. That just seems a little ridiculous. Maybe not. I don't know. All right. Anyway, yeah, we are going back to what I was doing before. I want to do that. I want to go back to the way it was before. Move destruct anim. Right. So I'm going to duplicate this, and we're going to create another one. We're going to call this alpha destruct anim. And do we want the same equation? Yeah, let's try the same equation. And then what we're going to do is start val is going to be 1. End val is going to be 0. This is going to be the alpha. So this dot color dot A. Oh, wait. Color dot set. Is this how you do it? Yeah. Val. Forget how to use my own code. All right, I think this is good. I should... Why I spent all this time like doing all this dumb stuff. And I should have, man, because I was like, oh, I'll just not create another animation object. Just create the animation object, Jared. Just do it. Just do it. You spent like 30 minutes, possibly more, moving stuff around, changing a bunch of stuff. For what? For nothing. I was just talking to myself there. Okay. All right. All right, what else? I got to go back and undo all the dumb stuff that I did before. Nav bubble props. Nav blah, 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 blah. Okay, get rid of this console log. We don't want that. We don't need that. All right. In here, add nav bubble. Get rid of this. No more. And get rid of the oh, down here. Look at that. I was doing a whole extra loop and everything. Like, I thought that was a good idea. All right, let's see what we got. Let's see how this works. Okay, everything is clearly still broken. Come on. Oh, actually, hang on. I remember. It's okay. That, got to uncomment this bad boy. Ooh, wait a minute. We got to do destruct. Oh, hang on. A couple other things we need to do. So we've got this dot alpha destruct anim. So we need to destruct this animation when it ends, right? So we need to go to destruct and then yes, dot destruct. Beautiful. Wait, we're not done yet. We need to initialize it. And that's it. That should be it. I guess I'll call that up at the top here. We'll do move. We'll do alpha destruct anim. This is it. Oh, yes. Neris, are you still there? This looks so much better. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Okay. It still is a little... If I did like a linear, it would probably be... Where are we? Nav bubble. 600 milliseconds. We can make it 500 milliseconds, maybe. Neris likes it. All right, nice. Ooh. I like that even better. I made it even more subtle. So the animation for the alpha is like 500 ends after 500 milliseconds. So you kind of get it, the one with the one that's moving is still 600 milliseconds. So you still get that, like, well, I don't know. We could split it up a bunch of different ways, but basically now it like fades out a little quicker. So I think that looks good. Yeah. One of the other things I want to do, kind of future roadmap-y kind of thing here, is I want to... Actually, I'm thinking of getting rid of the boundary circle altogether. At least as a... Because at the end of the day, I don't think I've ever had a mistake where I hit the boundary circle. I don't think I've ever had a single mistake like that. Like playing the game legitimately. It's just, it's not part of the challenge at all in the game. So I'm thinking of getting rid of it as a thing that actually makes a difference. Thinking of getting rid of it as a actual, you know, like I mean, maybe we still keep it as a graphical thing, and then when you make a mistake, you could still have that red thing flash. But I kind of like the idea of getting rid of making it a mistake generating thing, because like it's just not a challenge. It's just kind of annoying. I mean, it's annoying when I'm like demonstrating the game for people, and that's happening. Oh, what happened here? How did I not even notice that? Our timing bar is totally screwed up. I know why that is. How did I not notice that? You're going to break Badger's script if you remove it. Well, I'm not going to remove it yet, but at some point. Well, okay, and the other reason for that too is for mobile. Like, okay, so I've said before in the past that like I never really had a plan on making this game something for mobile to, you know, like actually for mobile. And as of right now, like it's kind of a mess on mobile, but I've actually thought about, hey, it might not actually be not too bad of a kind of fun to play. I'm getting a call. I was thinking, you know, it could actually be kind of a fun game on mobile. And like obviously it looks pretty awful on mobile if you've pulled it up on a phone. Like portrait mode is garbage, right? Because basically I don't have any sizing thing, you know, like when you go to a size like that, it's it's not very good. So I obviously have to have some sort of portrait mode support. But I think the game could kind of be fun with like two thumbs, you know, mobile upheld like this for the most part, right? I think it would be fun. It's got to be more responsive, so I have to kind of look into that, like what I can do to make it better. But I kind of do want to support mobile. So that's making me think about, all right, well, what are the things that don't really matter? Or what makes mobile different? And like how should I kind of make decisions going forward kind of factoring in mobile? And the boundary thing is one of the things I think could go away, because the boundary thing doesn't make any sense for mobile, because the boundary thing is only about when you're dragging your mouse cursor and you go out of bounds, right? But on mobile, there's no cursor dragging. It's just, you know, if you click out here, that should be a mistake, right? Currently, there's no mistakes if you click outside of the boundary. So that's kind of a thing that, you know, like on mobile, it doesn't really make sense, I guess. So anyway. Yes. All right. So, all right, what's next? I should probably fix the tutorial with this, because I think we've got our nav. I think we've got the nav meter. That is this thing over here on the right. I think we've got that kind of squared away right now. Oh boy. All right. Whoops. Oh, we got to fix this. That's right. All right. So actually, this is a good excuse for me to do this properly, because I've had this thing get its position from something over here in the navigation meter. And that's kind of the well, I don't know. There actually will be just a really quick fix for this. Maybe I should just do it. All right, match, create, nav props, nav bubble props, progress meter, nav meter height picks. What? Prog box fill. Oh, that's part. Okay. Nav meter. Prog box X. Yeah, it's supposed to be 0 now. Okay, so I could technically fix this really quickly. I think I kind of do just want to keep this. Yeah, all right, so we fixed the timer bar there. All right, yeah, I'm not gonna do the proper fix for it right now because I'll have to address that at some point anyway in the future. But yeah. All right, so all right, I'm gonna run upstairs, grab some more coffee here real quick. I made some decaf earlier, so I'll be right back in a second here, guys. Woo! We are back. All right. So, what was I gonna work on next? I think the tutorial. Yeah, because we fixed this thing, and I think that was the one thing on our list to fix after. Not on our list, but the one thing that I decided was going to be on our list to fix. Syndev, I love pie. Or Syndevil of pie. I think it's I love pie, right? Syndev, I love pie. Syndev, I love. I love pie, right? Thanks for hanging out, Sindev. Appreciate it. Just call me Pie. All right. You got it. You got it, Pie. What's going on? Thanks for hanging out. Have you been lurking for a little bit? Otherwise, I'll give you a little demo of the game. I don't mind giving demos of the game because the demo of the game is like, takes me like 30 seconds. Well, either way. Not too much, working on my own JS project. All right, nice, nice, nice. Sweet. Well, yeah, I'll give you the quick demo and just for anyone else out there. What am I working on? Working on my game. It's called Populus. It's a website. Populus.gg. You can play it right now if you so desire. You don't have to, but basically it's a game where you pop bubbles with your mouse. It's kind of the idea. So you can do play, which is actually a one-on-one. It matches you up one-on-one. So if somebody hops into a game, there we go, opponent found. So I'm in a game here with someone, and you can see them moving up here. That's them popping more bubbles than I am right now every time that red dot moves. So basically the idea is you pop these bubbles in this black circle here in the order that they appear here, and you're always popping the bubble that matches this color in this position right here. So that's pink. So I hover over the pink bubble, and I left click or hit the space bar to pop the bubble, and you just keep going. You just keep an eye over there on that bar, and you just pop as many bubbles as you can. So then at the end of the game, you see some stats after the 30 seconds is up. So I popped 10 bubbles. My opponent popped 47. So my stats are here in blue. My opponent's are in red. Well, the total time's not really a stat. But yeah, I popped 10 bubbles, and it shows you your pops per second and how many mistakes you made. So somebody got 47 there and 0 pops. I like it. All right, so we hopped into another game here. Sounds like someone who's practiced at OSU would totally kill anyone else at this. Yeah, Pi, you're pretty much right on that. In fact, so the leaderboard here, whoever I was playing didn't pop a single bubble there. 0. So we went live with the leaderboard actually a week ago, last Monday. And all of a sudden, this 175 bubble pops shows up the other day. And I assume it's real. I assume it's not somebody who just wrote a bot or something. Because, I mean, I get a lot of developers following me, and some people have been writing bots and trying to do things like that, which is cool. You know, I mean, if you do write a bot for the game, I mean, I appreciate it if you let me know, because I like people being able to screw around and experiment with things with the game, but, you know, as long as I don't really want anything malicious going on. So I assume this is a total legit score, this 175, but it appeared a couple days ago, and I don't know, we're not even like close. Truyaksky, who was, we thought, the fastest Populus player on the planet, just set this 140 today. 140 pops. But, I mean, still, that's 35 pops away from the lead there. That's pretty crazy. So, yeah. But, yeah, for the tech side of things, basically I'm just doing static. The client, the browser is all just pretty much static JavaScript. It's all kind of my own game engine that uses basically all this stuff. All the visual elements are all drawn on an HTML canvas with the 2D canvas context. So pretty simple API for just drawing stuff on canvas. And it's basically, it's a full screen canvas, and it uses the full screen. And it resizes and everything. And then I resize the elements on screen. So basically everything is all of these things these aren't HTML buttons or anything. These are circles that I interact with when the cursor moves and I do different things. The exception is these links. The links are actual HTML elements. But otherwise everything else is being drawn on a canvas. And I mean, yeah, there's literally like 15 lines of HTML. That's it. The rest is all JavaScript. I've got quite a bit of files of JavaScript. I use, for the development version, I load all of these individually over my HTTP server, just my local development HTTP server, and these are all using the native ES6 imports. But otherwise, for the actual production, so I'm using, ES6 imports like this for importing any files, whatever. But otherwise, any for the actual, I use Terser, which is an npm package for minifying JavaScript. So I actually minify. Oh, I use rollup as well. So that kind of unmodules everything, puts everything into one file, and then Terser kind of minifies. So I have one little script that I run to do that for actual use on the client. If you want to make accessible to OSU players, people to use Z and X to pop bubbles. Yeah, I've kind of thought about, maybe having different keys or something. Oh, there is a shortcut key for those of you interested. When you're in a practice match, you can use the R key to do like a quick reset, and then the countdown timer is like half the speed too. I use that a lot when I'm just kind of practicing. And if I make a bunch of mistakes at the beginning, I'll do the quick reset. So the R key will kind of quick reset you in a practice mode only. Obviously, that you can't really quick reset in a one-on-one match. 35 is like my average score. Frulu, I still love you. Working on a JavaScript renderer for the world's most complex subtitle format so that it can be used on a web page. Nice. That sounds pretty cool. I like it. Sweet. So what are you doing to... Are you doing like... Are you like drawing... Are you like have an HTML element on top of like a video or something like that? Is that how it works, Pi? That's pretty cool. I like it. I haven't looked at subtitle formats at all, but I can imagine some of them could get kind of convoluted. No, I'm doing it with Canvas because some of the effects aren't possible with the DOM. Nice, 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 cool. So you have like a clear canvas like on top of a video? Is that kind of what the deal is? And then you're using like the canvas draw text or whatever. Context, canvas, context, draw text. That's cool. That's what, I mean, yeah, any text elements inside of Populus the game, that's all that is. It's more complex than that. Gotcha. Yeah, I guess positioning and things, you're kind of like centering things up all the time dynamically with subtitles, I guess. So nice. All right. Did that? Oh, yeah, because that loads later. Or it loads a split second later. That's why that kind of does that. If you want, I can give you permission to look at the GitHub for it. I plan on open sourcing it once it's feature complete. Nice. Nice, nice. Yeah, if you... I think I'm just Tyrannosaur on GitHub. Yeah, I might take a look at it at some point. I signed it. Just threw my GitHub in there. Pi, you can check that out, or you can share it with me. I don't really use GitHub actually too much. Barjo Malotelli. What's going on? Can I just say Barjo? Barge? Let's say Barge. I like Barge. Hi, brother. Do I need to be good at math to be a programmer? No, you do not, Barge. You do not need to be good at math. I mean, if you can count on your hand, that's probably good enough. Like, I mean, you should be able to do one, a couple numbers plus some more numbers. But you can do plenty with just basic addition. For the most part. Absolutely. If you're going to start doing 2D games, you can also get by with not a ton of math, but it definitely helps. I mean, and even still, I mean like basic math. Like we're talking like 6th grade math, 6th grade math, pre-algebra maybe. Like you can get by with that stuff even with basic 2D graphics. Just don't stick your nose into physics and cryptography if you don't like math. I hear you there, Neris. And 3D math is much more complicated, but also there's and would require. And I have very limited 3D math knowledge, or rendering computational geometry. But Barge, I will say, I think what happened to me, I was never much of a good math student. I was pretty good. I was always good at English. Like that was probably my one subject that I was like, I really enjoyed, was good at in school. Math was always one of my worst subjects. And most of that I attribute to the fact that the applications to math were not very cool ever. At all, pretty much. Most of the time. I mean, like early on, it's kind of cool, but when you start programming, you're going to start to realize, oh, I could use math to like figure this out. Or like if I knew math, I think I could figure this thing out. And then it makes you want to learn it. And then you start, looking it up and looking up. I know how how to do something like that. I'd like to start programming. Sweet. I would encourage you to do so, Barge. I really would. Barge, is your name like Italian or something or Spanish, or is it just all mess? Is it just all fun? From Poland. All right. Nice. You're not the first Polski to grace this chat with your presence, I will say. Barge, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. I really do. If you're doing 2D stuff, the one thing I would say you really need to know, or that you'd want to know, is the Pythagorean theorem. I think if you know the Pythagorean theorem, and JavaScript actually has a function for you. Pretty much all JavaScript probably borrows it from C or whatever, and C has, other programming languages, a lot of them have those libraries built in for you. But you have to kind of understand that you need it. But that's kind of an important one for 2D. And 3D. But specifically for 2D, you can do all sorts of stuff when you do the Pythagorean theorem. Pi, thanks for the invite. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll check it out at some point. How are you doing the multiplayer? Yeah, that's a good question. Usually when I give people the demo, I never usually explain why, or explain how. So I'm using Node.js for the server, and basically I'm doing all the communication over WebSockets. So if you're familiar with Node.js Pi, which I kind of assume you are, being a web developer. Pull up my package.json here, which doesn't really have much. Basically, I'm using the WS npm package for WebSockets. Very straightforward package as far as setting up a WebSocket server. Not familiar with Node.js. All right, fair enough. But basically, I've got a package installed for that sets up WebSocket server. Node.js doesn't have its own WebSocket library or anything like that, or WebSocket server. You know, it's got an HTTP server and everything that you can spin up really quickly. Basically, the WS package that I'm using lets you do that much easy stuff. As easy as the built-in HTTP packages in Node.js, it is for WebSockets. So I probably didn't say that right, but and I'm using another package here for generating random IDs for the players. You can see those here. That I just use those for logging. I don't have a database. These aren't like user IDs that are unique keys for the database or something like that. I don't have a database at all, basically. I've looked at it cursorily. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's pretty natural to use, I guess, when you're from a full stack standpoint, I guess. Putting it that way. Barge. So which programming language do you recommend for beginning? I was thinking about Python. Python's probably a really good language to start, because I think a lot of people learn Python from the start. And it sounds like there's a lot of different cool, a lot of good documentation, I'm sure there's just tons of good tutorials and everything to get you started. Ever done any WebGL? Not really, just a hair. And I've used a little bit of 3JS, that 3D library on Canvas that uses WebGL, and I think I just touched a little bit of like some shader stuff with that. Pi, Java, or C is what I would recommend. I mean, I would say C, honestly, but C is what I would. I'm learning C right now myself, actually, because I would like my next game to be in C. It won't be multiplayer, won't be web, won't be anything. It'll be just a native desktop game. Java has similar syntax to C, but it's a little easier. Right. Yeah, I mean, well, I don't see. I come from kind of a more high level language, and I'm kind of moving more low level, right? Rather than vice versa. You know, like I don't know what like a computer science program really looks like. Somebody was in their second year of computer science in the chat the other day, and they were saying they were in the second year of a computer science program and they were doing Java. So I would say it depends on what's more interesting for you to develop: web, mobile, desktop, backend. Each platform has its own languages. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a good point too. I mean, just all programming languages for the most part are very similar. You know, once you learn one, you're gonna it's gonna be easy to go into other ones. I mean, the one thing I would say is going from a high level language to something low level where you have pointers and memory stuff that you can do and allocating memory. That actually being something that you do in that language, that can be a little bit of a culture shock. Trying to teach myself how to do SRE. SRE. Not sure what that is. Software reverse engineering. Oh, nice, nice, nice. So like decompiling stuff, I guess. Kind of the idea. That's kind of cool. I mean, I did hear about it was some game. I can't remember what game it was. It was some old game that had recently just been reverse engineered, and source code was somewhat kind of, or like some readable, like, well, reverse source, whatever, you know, like obviously there's no source code for the game. So it was decompiled and somehow figured out in a nice way. I can't remember what game it was now. It was in the news, I think, recently. All right, so what was I even working on now? Oh yeah, the tutorial. That's right. We were getting to the tutorial. Probably it was Diablo. That's what it was. Super Mario 64. There was that big leak or whatever that happened. Was it Diablo? I was reading something about Diablo the other day. Yeah, I was gonna say I thought it was like a Blizzard game. Might have been Diablo. There's no leak for SM64. Well, there wasn't a full source leak, but there was some big leak recently that released a bunch of stuff. They just reversed it and ported it to PC. I did see somebody had a ray traced a ray traced version of Super Mario 64. I just saw that this morning, actually. That was pretty cool. All right, so what we've got right now is our tutorial. Our tutorial needs to be updated to work. Yeah, right now it's crashing because we need to update. We need to fix the mistake problem that we just removed from the normal part of the game. So we need to shoot on over to our tutorial file here. Whoops. And actually all we might need to do is just get rid of, I think, yeah, mistake already made. That's probably all we need to get rid of. Get rid of this. Well, hang on a sec. Let's pull this up. If mistake already made, yeah, we can get rid of all of that. I think that might be all we need to do, actually. All right, so let's go to the step 2 in the tutorial, make a mistake. Ooh, the arrow's screwed. Okay, the arrow position's screwed up. I know how we fix that. Yes, okay. That was all we needed to do. We need to fix the arrow. Now the tutorial kicks us into a normal game. All right, so can we really get rid of this now? Wow, I think we can get rid of this whole thing. Okay, where step 2 mistake already made. We can get rid of that. I like it. Removing code. Feels good. All right, so we still have to fix the arrow, but otherwise this stuff should still be doing okay. Should still be fine. But yeah, Barge, if you're still around, yeah, I think like Naris said, you know, if you want to do something with web or mobile or desktop, I mean, if you're, I'm here, brother. All right, nice. Yeah, do you know if you're, what you're trying to, what kind of programming you want to get into, like website stuff or like desktop stuff? Like if you're doing if you're thinking of Python, you know, that could be used in different places, but you know, that would, I guess you would be writing like apps. Okay. Yeah, then I would say Python's probably a good place to start. I think you've got mobile apps or something like that. Okay. Mobile apps, you'd maybe want to start looking at something else. But I'm not sure what what do we even is Java what people are using that for Android? Java? There's Google's other language. I can't remember what that's called now. That is Kotlin. Is that it? I don't know if that's good stuff to get started into. I don't know. Maybe someone can speak better about mobile. But I mean, yeah, if you're doing Python, I mean, you'd be definitely doing like some kind of native desktop application kind of stuff to start, I think. But that could be a really good start, just kind of getting an idea of how to actually program, how to, you know, manipulate data. Really, that's what you're looking to do with programming. That's what programmers are. Truyaksky. What's going on, Truyaksky? Welcome back. I don't think I've made much progress since you left, probably, to be honest. I've got one thing to fix here. Create. All right, where is the nav meter? Oh, we create that later. Okay, here we go. Nav meter, arrow, nav bubble props, 0. That's it. There we go. All right. All right, tutorial is fixed. You're creating the bubbles to go away. Right. To not go away. Oh, yeah, we did. I think maybe since you were here, we made the animation look nicer now. So I've got the animation for that just way better. So now bubbles don't come, right, like bubbles don't come back when you make mistakes anymore. And I like it. I really like that. I think that's some good progress. Barge, how long have you been learning programming? Quite a few years now. I got started maybe back in 2014. That was 2013. I could probably still find some of the original code I wrote, actually. I just thought about that. Yeah, I kind of have a weird introduction. I had a weird introduction to programming. I actually started out working in IT, so computer stuff. And then I kind of got into programming through that a little bit. Like stuff that IT guys might do from time to time is like write scripts that go out and check if a bunch of computers are on your network, right? On your company's network, you know, do something like that. So that was kind of my actual introduction to programming. And I just kind of kept picking up different things from that point on. At some point I got into like web. When I said 2014, I was thinking probably the first like JavaScript or like web kind of development I touched was in 2014. And that was just like very basic introduction stuff that I was kind of looking at. Nothing sophisticated at all. Just front end stuff, no back end or anything. And that's front end and back end. That's stuff you'll hear. Those are words you'll hear if you're not already familiar with those. Those are words you'll hear in web development all the time. Where front end means the code that's going to run in the web browser, basically, and back end kind of means the server, the code that's running on a server that's going to be interacted with. And, you know, like this game is multiplayer, right? So you can play a game one-on-one, and basically there's code that's running in the browser that's doing all the colors and all this stuff. But then there's code on the server that's matching up two players together and like putting them in a game together and keeping track of the scores and everything of both players together. So that's kind of the differentiation between front end and back end. Sometimes you'll hear client and server. That kind of could be synonymous. Or browser and server. It all gets a little complicated and annoying and whatever, but you just want to get started doing something where you can write some code and see some stuff happen and manipulate stuff and just kind of you don't want to get all convoluted. You're finding an opponent offline. I was actually on my development website, Trioxky, on my LAN, so that was the problem. There we go. All right. All right, Trioxky and I are in a heated match here right now. Oh boy, I'm catching up. Oh! Did I not give anybody the demo of the game in a while? No, I have. I gave the demo not that long ago. Did Barge hear the demo of the game? Maybe Barge doesn't care. Whoa. Okay. Nice. GG. Trioxky. One more. $140-5 is unbeatable. How can you be so fast? I don't know, Barge. That's a good question. But I'm playing Trioxky. Trioxky and I we're the number 2 and number 3 players in the world right now with Populus. I joke because there's like 5 people who've played the game. But there's somebody faster. There's somebody faster. Oh boy. Trioxy's destroying me, by the way, for the record. And I wasn't... Okay. 118! Nice. All right, one more Trioxky. There we go. Oh, no. That was my downfall. That was it. Oh, we're neck and neck. That little red dot there at the top is Trioxky. So, and I'm the black dot in the middle. So if the red dot is to the left of the black dot, I'm in the lead. If the red... Oh, Trioxky wins. Nice. All right, one more. Oh. No, no. Oh, no. Ah. Wait, am I playing Trioxky anymore? Not me this time. I was gonna say I started pulling ahead a little bit too much there. Oh. All right. Nice. All right, one more with whoever's here. Oh, this one. Is this one Trioxky here? Oh. Come on. All right, this is off. This is awful. Nice. I was gonna say I didn't think we got above 100 on that one. Nice. All right. I better get back to it. We're shoving everybody off the end of the leaderboard, Trioxky here. All right. Oops. No, it's no worries. I'm probably gonna push this new update at the end of the day today, so that 175 is gonna get blown away. So. I don't think I'm going to replicate the 145-0. That was your prime. You probably will. I'm sure you will. I feel like my elbow's a little sore, actually. Oh, like, I feel like I got a little kind of up all the way up the wrist there. Pardon my my gnarly sleeves on that sweatshirt there. This sweatshirt is literally 10 years old. And enjoy. Over 10 years old, for sure. I'm liking the new feel of the game, Trioxky. I think you will too. So I'm gonna be pushing this update tonight after the stream, and yeah, that's gonna blow away that 175. So yeah, you did say you'd get 140 today, Trioxky. You did. And I was, like, shocked when you got it. Because you were just... It was, like, kind of out of nowhere. Because you were, like, getting 120s, right? And then all of a sudden, like, boom, a 140 or something. It's crazy. Crazy. I don't know. I mean, if... I wish the 175 would show themselves. It's all on you. Nice. Barge, how long have you been creating this game? That's kind of a complicated question. I think I started with the original idea of this game back in 2019. And it was squares, and originally you had like 5 different colored, you had like 5 different colored squares in like a grid, kind of. And then you had to basically just move the mouse and touch each square in order. And it was kind of just like this with the 5 squares on the sidebar. It was basically it. And that was the original version of the game. And like if you just touched the cursor against the wrong square, you'd have to start over again. So it was just like very simple. And then I restarted the code all over again in January 2020. So like a little over a year ago. And I started it with the circles. I was like, all right, I'm going to do circles now. I just recreated the game basically from scratch, the entire code base, whatever. The code was kind of a mess from the original game with the squares, so I was like, I'm going to create this all in a nice, like, I'm going to create a nice little engine and everything to do all of this. It's going to be great. So that's what I did, and it's been working pretty well. And I probably put maybe 100 hours or so into the game, into developing the game from January 2020 up until 100 hours is not that much. From January 2020 up until August, or somewhere in that range, I probably did about 100 hours. That's my estimate. And then it could have been more than that maybe. And then I started streaming kind of the end of August of 2020, which is now 6 months ago, right? It's about 6 months ago. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. And I've been streaming every Monday and Tuesday since then. So I don't know how many hours. I don't know how many hours that is. Do I have my stream hours handy here? It's not what I wanted to go to. Oh. Oh no, it's under... I've streamed 345 hours in the last 6 months. So let's just say like 450 hours of working on the game. Maybe more than that, probably. We'll round up to 500. So quite a bit of time. Trioxy, I followed you since 21st of October when someone rated you. Nice. Yeah, didn't you come over from indie horror dev? Is that where you came from, Trioxy? For some reason, that rings a bell. Yeah, you've been around a while then. I mean, that was... Whew. That was, yeah, I'd only been streaming 2 months at that time, and now at this point it's 4 months, right? Or 6 months of streaming. Or no, it was just 5 months of streaming. At the end of February, it will be 6 months. Nice, nice. So... All right, so I'm really liking the way this is feeling. I'm liking just not bubbles coming back. It just feels good. It feels like you can recover pretty quickly. So now the next thing is going to be, let's actually implement this on the server side. All right. I think. Is that where we're at now? I think we are. So that should be pretty easy. So on the server, I need to create actually this is player match state. Mistake already made. We're going to be getting rid of that. So actually, let's get rid of that right now. Okay, so we got rid of mistake already made, and then the rest is going to be going over to the match object, right? Yes. Okay, match. We go to the match object. So basically what we're working on, I'll recap super quickly what we're working on. So currently, if you play Populus right now on the live populus.gg site, if you make a mistake, the previous bubble that you popped comes back. So I'm basically removing that. So if you make a mistake, a bubble comes back, you have to go back and pop that bubble over again. I'm removing that. So now, instead of green coming back, like I'm trying to pop blue, but I just miss it, instead of green coming back, I just have to re-pop blue, right? So your mistake counter still ticks up the same, but the pop counter doesn't get all screwed up and whatever. I think our stranger will do 200 no. I think you're right, Trioxy. I agree with you. Well, we'll see what happens with... We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with the next update and everything. Because I'm trying to think, like... I don't know if... Were you here, Trioxy, when I said somebody shared the game with a streamer, an Osu streamer? It was a smaller Osu streamer, he said, that he shared it with. Like someone maybe my size, but who plays Osu. So maybe it was that streamer or one of his crew or something. I don't know. I can't remember who it was who shared that. I don't remember. I wish I did. I can go to someone and test if he can do that. Not because I'm sure you know Osu people or have friends that play Osu. Yeah, if you want to, Trioxy, go for it. I'm not going to force you to. At some point, once I've kind of pushed Populus to a point that I think is a little nicer, or I've maybe balanced it out a little more. Just I'm not making so many big changes like that. I mean, anybody can come and play. I don't care. Like anybody can have fun. I mean, it's all under the kind of development, early access. You know, I mean, I'm making changes to the game all the time. So I'm not like actively going out and telling people, hey, play the game. But, you know, people who come watch the stream, yeah, check it out. Have fun. Play the game. If you want to share it with somebody, yeah, go for it. But I myself am not going to like market the game really until I have it to a level that's a little more better. So I already have some ideas for how we can get to that. So, I mean, the game's always going to be kind of more of a development experiment for me, you know, kind of a game dev experiment, not really meant to be taken too seriously. But oh, you're going right now, Trioxy. Barge. It's not too hard for you. You got it. I'll let you in on the meta though, Barge. The secret is not really, I mean, at first you're going to kind of just look at colors, right? You're going to kind of look at the color and try to click the bubble that matches the color, right? Like you're going to do that and that's fine. And you'll get better at that. Like that's a skill that you can practice and get better with. And you get pretty good at like not really looking directly at the bubble, but kind of like looking generally in like this area and kind of being able to see the bubble. And you did 40 and 1. Nice. I like it. Yeah, the leaderboard, Trioxy and I kind of inflated the leaderboard a little bit, so I'm sorry for that. But a little bit earlier today, the leaderboard was much more competitive at your 40 range, I will say. So don't feel bad that you're not on the leaderboard's just showing top 10 right now, so it'll all change at some point. But yeah, I was gonna say kind of the meta right now is to not really pay attention to color too much. But you obviously from the start you need to pay attention to color. I need to go, okay, I gotta go green, blue, or whatever, gray, blue, purple, right? So I gotta go boom, 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 right? But then as I'm paying attention, and I know brown's gonna be after that. So it was, let me start over again. I know I'm going here, 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 here. So I know that that's my move right away. But then the next thing is going to be, as soon as I pop this first bubble, I just need to pay attention to what bubble appears next. Because that's going to be the one I pop after purple. So I'm going to go yellow, green, blue, purple, and then whatever bubble appears, so pink, right? So I know I'm going to go green, blue, purple, pink. And then I need to pay attention to what bubble comes after green, so here. So I'm going to go here, 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 and then here. So there, 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 there. And then you're always kind of paying attention to the bubbles as they appear. And that's more of what you're going off of rather than color. There is a clip of me where I removed all the color. It was all black circles, and I was still able to play the game pretty well. I don't know if you guys can go back and find clips, but I think Retro MMO clipped it a while ago because he thought it was funny that I was just popping all these black bubbles. Barge, have you ever played FPS games like CSGO? Yeah, I'm a big FPS, competitive arena FPS player. I prefer Quake. I prefer Quake and like kind of the old school feel. I'm not a big Counter-Strike fan, to be honest. It was never really it's never really grabbed me as a fun game to play. Because your aim is good. Oh, thank you. Yeah, and that's actually a big reason why Populus is the way it is right now, because I kind of wanted to make it almost like an aim trainer to some extent. Like not exactly, but I wanted it to kind of employ the same skills that you might use in a first-person shooter, right? Like that was kind of my idea. And like originally I had it so you just clicked with the mouse to kind of make it a little more first-person shooter. I mean, and you can left click or hit the space bar. I prefer using the space bar because I feel like when I'm left clicking, my hand gets kind of tense and I end up not being able to go as fast. But oh boy. But anyway. Yeah, so I'm a big first-person shooter fan for sure. My game of choice. All right. So back to our server code here. We've got to remove the part where we decrement. If you make a mistake, we decrement the target bubble counter. We got to get rid of that now. So that's a matter of, I believe we just have a function called player made mistake. Player cursor moved, player made mistake. There it is. So we should be able to get rid of this block of code. Send opponent target bubble ID. Yes, that's it. That's it. So we increment the mistake count. Actually, we comment out this whole thing. Wait, still logs target bubble. This dot logs dot target bubble ID. All right, hang on. I'm gonna be right back in a second here. All right. Barge, 10 p.m. here. Gotta go. See you tomorrow. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Barge. Yes. And for anyone, my stream schedule is Mondays and Tuesdays, 10 a.m. Central Standard Times when I get started. Usually go for 6.5, 7, 8 hours, depending on how things are going, whatever. We've been going for almost 5.5 hours, so we still got a little bit of juice in us here. Yeah. All right, so I believe, as I was saying, I think we are good. I think we're ready to test out. Ooh, actually, another thing. Let's turn on the logging for the server right now. Because I want to look at what that, just want to make sure everything comes out okay with that. How do I do that? Up at the top, yes. We make this true. There we go. All right, so we need 2 browsers. All right, so let's make sure everything looks good. Whoa, my mouse screwed up. It was my mouse. Oh, my mouse, it's messed up. Look at this. It's my mouse. All right, hang on. Well, everything's fine, right? Let's try again real quick. Assuming my mouse doesn't go screwy. I probably should get a new mouse. This mouse is, how old is old for a mouse? A gaming mouse. Like, I don't play the most, like, I'm not playing competitive FPS games 2 hours every night for the last 8 years. I've had this mouse now almost 8 years, I believe. I think I got it in maybe the summer of 2013. So we're what, winter of 2021 right now? How old, or when should you replace a gaming mouse? I got the Logitech G700S. I mean, it's a solid mouse. Like, I would like to go to like an optical mouse, because apparently I've been hearing stuff now. Like, everyone was going for laser back in the day, but now it's like optical seems to be like the thing you really actually should have. I just need something that's 1,000 hertz, and preferably something where I can have like the infinite scroll wheel, or like the scroll wheel that doesn't have the ticks, because I use that a lot for GUI things. For scrolling. All right, so checking the logs here, everything. So if I make a mistake, I just want to see the log things for when I make a mistake. You know what? I bet you we're not actually getting any of those things. Ooh, no, there it is. Wrong bubble. Okay, wrong bubble popped. Hang on, let's just try that real quick with a, let's just try again here. And then quit. Okay, beautiful. All right, there we go. We got a much smaller file. So I want to make sure we got all the different types of mistakes here. We got pop dead space. We've got cursor moved out of bounds, and we've got wrong bubble popped. Beautiful. Okay, but nothing changes, right? The target bubble ID is the same. I believe player mouse event target bubble ID. Beautiful. Can we reload this? How do we reload that? How do we preview? Open in preview. There we go. Look at that. Okay. So we've got our table of all our mouse movement data from this last game, which we had 150 lines or so there. So we have a move, then our mistakes. Yeah, okay, oh, this is nice. Yeah, so the mistakes, they're always 0. That's kind of weird. So if a mistake, cursor moved out of bounds, wrong bubble popped, we're not changing the target bubble anymore when that happens. So that is exactly what we want. That's pretty much all there is to it. And it did not appear that any of our client and server stuff's not getting out of sync with that at all. So that's good. I like it. In theory, this is not going to fix our issue. It's not fixing our bug where the client and server can get out of sync in certain cases. But that's something I still need to take a look at. I've been trying to figure out how I can replicate that issue. All right, so I think we pretty much remove prev bubble return. Actually, I kind of feel like is this good enough? Do we have it all? Let's just run through the full thing here and just see. Because if this is good enough, we're definitely going to push this update live. Ooh. This update is going to go live today for sure. And then we might squeeze in a couple other graphical things as well. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, everything's working great here. Tutorial again. Let's just test that out. There we go. Mistakes don't do anything, which is perfect. I like it. And this also makes the gameplay just more clear, I feel like, or just more simple. Like you make a mistake and nothing happens. Like just nothing changes because of that mistake, but you can tell something bad happened because of the red, right? So I think that just makes the game more clear. Like we've been slowly simplifying the gameplay, and I think in a really nice, easy to understand way, for the most part, more straightforward way. All right. So let's do a competitive game, and if that's all good, I think we're going to do a commit on this, and we're going to merge actually back in. I'm going to merge back into our main branch, our master branch. Yeah, I mean this is all feeling pretty good. My stomach is kind of rumbling. All right, everything is looking pretty good. Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's anything else we can test. I don't think so, though. All right, so what I'm going to do is I am going to actually, I think we'll move this. I'm going to turn off the logging and switch. Turn off the logging, switch this back over. I'm basically going to prepare this branch for deployment. Oops. Let's do that. Let's do that. The other thing is the player input. We're going to turn off this. we're going to comment out this. Removing the debug things from the screen. All right. Yeah, this guy here. There we go. Bro, you got to use amphetamine. Pro Plazer. What's going on, Pro Plazer? Welcome. I should use amphetamine, or I am. You're assuming I am using amphetamines. Okay, we got two. That's not actually what I wanted to do. All right, beautiful. Truyakski. Yeah, thanks for following up with that question mark there. All right. This is all looking just fantastic right now. Yes, this is looking good. Beautiful. Okay. All right, I think I've got this all ready for deployment, which we will do after the stream today. I don't like deploying on stream because it's kind of annoying, but we'll have a new update going live. So we're going to lose. We are going to lose the leaderboard. I know Truyakski. What? Truyakski, did you do this 147? Who did the 147? Was that your friend? So I was in 3 streams and 2 times they said it's virus. And 1 time Osu player got 39 and said it's more like Tetris, not Osu. Oh, just now? Nice. What? 234. Are you seeing this, Truyakski? That just happened. Pro. That's you, Pro? Oh, that's what you're saying. You got to use amphetamines to play the game. That's ridiculous. All right. All right, if anyone, this is insane. All right, so Pro, you had the 147 before, and now the 234. Sick. You got to use amphetamines. Well, I'm sorry. I'm not going to use amphetamines, Pro. Much to your disdain. It's probably not good for you. I'm high on life. I'm high on life, Pro Plazer. Yeah, and some more people have been playing because now there's no 90s on the board at all. And some, yeah, like what I had I'm the 116 and 5, so somebody did a 117, a 118. This is nuts. This is nuts. This is awesome. If people are busting these crazy scores out. 234. What? Can we, Pro, can you make a video and post it on the Discord, please? So I've got a Discord. For anyone out there, I've got a Discord server. Like, I'm stoked that people are doing these incredible times. I'm 116 on the leaderboard. That's me. Trioxky will retire. If it's real. I want video. We do want people to share videos. So on the Discord, I put the Discord in the chat. If anyone's out there who's setting some insane scores, Pro, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to anyone else, maybe who just tuned in. Yeah. Thanks, Trioxy, for sharing this out there. I appreciate it. I assume Pro came over from you sharing it. So I want to, I don't know, if people are going this fast, I want to see it. I want to see it. So Trioxy wants to see it too. So Discord link is there. There is a Populus section. And then there's a high scores channel. So, yeah, I mean, if anybody's setting these ridiculously high scores, I want to see it. I really do. That's pretty awesome. I'll play somebody. I'll play Pro Placer right now. I'm on populus.gg right now. I'm live. Is anyone there? I mean, 234. It's literally 2x of like my top score. That's 2x. That's exactly 2x, right? Divided by 2. Wait. So I think Placer has 175 and 0. And both scores are 0 mistakes. That could be. That could be. Because no one from Osu streams came. Well, a viewer, maybe. I don't know. I want video. I would like to see some video evidence of people playing. Because if you wrote a bot, or something, I mean, I don't know, that would be way less impressive than you actually playing the game that fast. I'll say that. So, no, I hope it's, yeah, I mean, I hope it's real. For one, I don't really want people maliciously playing the game anyway. If you do want to write a bot for the game, I mean, talk to me. Pop a message over on the Discord. You know, I'm cool for people experimenting and screwing around with things. Writing a bot for this game would not be very hard. That actually might be something I do as part of something to let you always at least play somebody. So that might be something to do. All right, playing somebody here. Whoops, I don't know who. Somebody who's fast though. Is it you? Is it you, Trioxy, now? Oh boy. Oh, okay, I'm doing awful. If the red is all the way to one side, that means they're at least 20 bubbles ahead of you. Whoops. Or 20 bubbles behind you. Okay, I'm doing awful, just for the record. 115, I like it. Yeah, it's me. Nice. Nice. Close game. I like that. GG's. That was you again, Trioxy. All right. All right. Well, I need to... I'm going to commit all our changes we got here. So git add, git bit, git commit -am. And we're going to do removed bubble from returning on mistake. I like it. It's pretty much all we need. Okay, so I need to do git checkout master, and we're going to remove prev bubble, remove dash prev dash bubble dash return. Okay, git checkout master, git merge. We're just going to merge this right into master right away, and I'm going to be getting ready to deploy this. What was the name of that branch again? Remove dash prev dash bubble dash return. Sweet. Git status. All right, so I need to do one thing here. Oh, I need to rebase our other branch. Well, do I actually? Should I? Yeah, I don't know if I should. No, let's not do it. We're not going to do that right now. I'll rebase it when I need to. That's what we'll do. All right. Could you check his follow age? Like Pro Plazer, you're saying? Actually, Pro Plazer is kind of a familiar name. Maybe he's been around. I don't know if Pro Plazer's still hanging out. Nope. I don't know how. I don't know if you can check follow age at all. Follow time length, whatever. But all right. Mystic or Mystique. Someone got 234 score. Yes. Yeah, we saw that Mystic. Mystic or Mystique? Supposed to be a bunch of... I'll go with Mystic. Yes. We've, yeah, we saw the 234. Crazy. Doesn't matter. Nice. Nice, nice. Yeah. Yeah, Truyaksky and I are just debating about the 234 if it's real or not. So, because Pro Plazer hopped into the, it's not. You're saying it's not human to do 234? You can delete top 2. It was me. It was you. How is it not real, Mystic? Simply pixel recognize. Gotcha. Nice. Nice. I like it. Yeah, because Weemy to go was doing a bot like that, but his was only getting like 60 pops or something like that. Yeah, the leaderboard's actually going to get blown away after tonight. Mystic, did you do the 175? Gotcha. From the other day. That was a couple days ago. Tried to beat myself. Well, you did. Nice. Yeah, we were just wigging out. Well, so here's the thing though. Truyaksky just got the 140 today, and we were just wigging out about how we were only at like 120s before. I just hit 120. It's not on the board. I hit 127 today, I think. And Truyaksky hit 140. So we're like, 175 could be possible. Mystic, you gave us hope. On the no back circle mode, I'm not sure what you're talking about, Truyaksky. But you're making me think, Mystic, about some extra like kind of cheating measures that we could maybe take. I kind of you're giving me some ideas. I appreciate you showing yourself, Mystic. I do. Thanks for doing that. I mean, did you test this on the server? Oh, the no backs. Oh, yes. I'm gonna add that to after the stream, so that'll go live on the server on populus.gg, the real site after the server. Just add circle without color. Well, that's a possibility, Mystic. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what I end up kind of doing. I mean, no background color, but people can always change the background. Or I mean background color. Yeah, I mean, well, one thing could be just like... Oops. Yeah, one thing could totally just be they're all the same color and we just figure out something different to make it more complicated. Because right now, yeah, it's pretty easy to just have a single pixel and do a click or whatever on a... But Mystic, you've been around before, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, your name's familiar. Oh, right. I was in the middle of some Git stuff here. Branch is ahead of origin master by 1 commit. Git. Oh, no, we're already good there. Okay, so I need to... Oh, no, we're not going to do anything more because... Git branch. Okay, so git branch dash D. Remove dash prev dash bubble dash return. Okay. Node start server. Whoops. What? Oh, okay. Okay, just lets you know you make a good job trying to do something different. Peace and see you. Hey, thanks, Mystic. Thanks, I appreciate that. I really do. Yeah, and you gave me some good ideas. With that kind of doing pixel recognition stuff, you gave me some good ideas. Okay, the problem, we need to do this, and then we need to do this. There we go. Whoops. This is where I want to be. Beautiful. Okay, that was what I wanted to do. All right. So now, I've been kind of thinking about like maybe some better kinds of indicators when you're in the game. So, like, for one, I'm not a huge fan of the error flashing thing. I think we're going to get rid of that because I kind of want to have you know what if we get rid of, I just had an idea here. What if I get rid of the, where's the color generating algorithm? Where does that happen? Bubble, static create, bubble dot create. 360. Do I have like a function to create bubble or colors? Let hue, random, 360. Create practice. Bubble.create. Okay, so it's in the bubble. All right, so what I want to do, I'm actually going to try one thing I want to do is I want to remove like the different shades of color. So how right now, like there's a really dark purple there, and I'm thinking like, what if we try getting rid of that? Like what will happen if we get rid of like that dark shade, or like, kind of dial back the shades? Okay, so create practice, and then create. Oh, right. Practice is where we actually do the color. Okay, so the saturation is mathed at random between 0.5 and 0.5, and the lightness is alternating between, let's just make the L be 0.5. So I'm going to just do L is 0.5. Just see what happens. Practice. And that's a little too bright for like that green. All right, so we got rid of like the dark colors. There's no more like dark colors anymore. I don't really know exactly how I feel about that, but what if we made it like 0.4? This would all be significantly darker, I think. Some of these are gonna look darker than others because what if we like crank it a little bit? So like 0.6, let's just see what that would look like. Oh, and the saturation. Let's just make. Oh, here we go. Okay, hang on. Ooh, that's way too bright. Yeah, that's rough. That hurts. Burns my eyes out. Man, it's just like so intense. It's funny how that is. Oof. Okay. All right, so let's change this. What were we doing for saturation? Somewhere between 0.75. Fix the saturation, 0.75. Lightness, 0.5, I guess. Or 0.4 maybe. I don't care. We're just going to go back to what we were doing before. So this one and this one for right now. At some point, I will revisit colors and everything, and we'll figure something else better out for that. But here, having like a little variation in the colors is just a little nicer. All right, hang on. I'm going to be right back in a second here. Close a bunch of these notepads real quick. Oops, what is this other one here? Oh, that was my test message there. All right. All right, we'll be right back real quick here. All right. All right. Actually, I think I'm going to end the stream. Because right now we've got a couple of cool things that I want to work on, but I don't really want to get started on them right now. Like, I think the first thing I need to do at this point is just get the new version live with our new bubble thing. Our new version of Populus, we'll get that live on the server. And yeah, so then tomorrow's stream we'll be able to focus on a bunch of other more fun things. Another thing I maybe want to test out tonight is a little bit of trying to see if I can replicate that bug again, but have that happen on the with the new version. So yeah, so I think I'm gonna sign off for right now, and we'll be back here tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. So this is a little bit of a shorter stream than normal, but I feel like I got a good stack of stuff I want to get done right now off stream. Yeah, so thank you everyone for watching. Really appreciate it. I always stream Mondays and Tuesdays, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. That's when I get started. Usually stream for 6.5, 7, 8 hours. Here we just went over 6 hours. But that's all right. I've got a Discord if anyone's interested. You can join that if you so desire. Trioxy, see ya. Yeah, Trioxy, we'll catch you later. Thanks for hanging out again today. Really appreciate it. Thanks for sharing Populus around. Pretty cool. But yeah, at some point I will be sharing Populus on a much more official scale, I guess, but once we get it to a point where it's more cool. All right. So, for now, we'll see you guys back here tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. And I'd like to continue working on some cool, probably visual, graphical kinds of things that just make the game feel and look better, I think. So, yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Adios. Sayonara. I don't know. What's bye in Polish, Trioxy? I got to drop that. Siema. All right. We'll see you guys. We'll see you guys later.